night creatures, some of which you could argue are fairly eldritch. I'm pretty sure at one point
Okay,
Trevor
everyone.
Belmont
So,
and
real quick,
Sypha
while
Bland,
he's ranting in the
however,
background,
Belnatus? However you say her last name,
the reason there's
in
no
the
intro today
Netflix
is we're already
anime
15
kicked the
minutes
ass
late,
of
and
some
also,
angels.
not
Don't
to
question
mention,
it.
my stream has been
Two
acting up
very
for the past few days. I've been
angel-looking
trying to stream on my
creatures
personal
stepped out
one,
of a portal to
can't get it to stream
hell,
for whatever
so I'm
reason,
assuming
so
they were either
trying to get some new stuff
fallen
going,
angels in air
but
quotes,
I just want to jump right
or
in today, so.
in the Netflix version of Castlevania, it's implied that angels are actually demons.
Oh, that's offensive.
So, are we all ready to begin?
Well, it was implying that humans are idiots. Also, Christians are technically one of the main bad guys in that show because they piss off Dracula. And then actually in the game series, they're one of the main. They could be considered a bad guy because they piss off Dracula by killing his wife, and the whole world goes to shit after that because Dracula gets pissed off and starts rampaging against the world because they killed his wife.
Why would they do that? No, I'm joking. So,
Because Dracula taught his wife the true science, and they accuse her of being a witch.
all right.
And if you're wondering, yes, the reason I'm playing a rogue is because I want to play a Trevor Belmont type character.
Yeah, and I want to play
Pirate Castlevania.
and I want to play a celestial warlock to summon biblically accurate angels, but I'll wait for the future for that.
Noise. Dice
So,
addiction.
those are two of them. I have others that are more under the radar for my dice addiction. But yeah, but those ones are the more like expensive dice where they're making dice out of literal raw precious gemstone, like literal rose quartz
Send it.
D20.
Send it because I want to see that stuff.
I am guaranteeing you, you do not want to spend $550 for a singular D20.
No, but I want to dream about spending that much for a singular D20, so send it.
Here, take my money. Just give me your dice.
So, yeah,
Zestin gets it.
Let's do this. Let the madness begin.
How would you feel if Greg just executed Cynthius?
Salty.
What?
Because of the plan that was gonna happen.
We have
but...
me and Stetson have ideas for his characters.
Once Golek comes back, I'm throwing Cynthius off a cliff.
So let's get into this. I'm stoked. Let's do this.
Yeah, let's do this.
Greg does not like Cynthius.
Of the night.
Hey,
All right.
Can you put up the stream on YouTube?
It is. Oh, did I not send the link in the Discord?
No, it's
No.
also not on YouTube. Oh no, there it is. My TV just didn't update with it for some reason.
No, not Control B, you dumb fuck. Control V.
Control P.
That'd be a weird spell. Anyway, so...
Anyways,
previously
spending.
on Dragon Ball Z, our fine Saiyans descend into the darkness of the sewer, defeating multiple undead creatures. To which their avail, they find a mysterious door, to which has many parson locks and puzzles. To completion, they reveal a torture chamber. As I open up my dice box. With that being said,
Greg,
what do you guys
Greg
do?
is the-
Before I do that,
Greg is the closest
I'm gonna have all
to
you make
being
me
a
a perception
Saiyan in the
check.
game.
I'm gonna
Nat
have you all
20.
make me a perception check. Hey, I didn't hear no rolling.
You're right, because I'm in the kitchen.
19.
I will
That was
I
the
will
sounding
make
of you
it-
yeeting a glass, not you rolling the dice.
I will make your. How do you know I don't have glass
19.
dice, bitch?
20, 21, 20. I have 23 because I have a plus 4 in perception.
I'm gonna say that I'd be
Let
horrified if
me-
you have it glass dice.
Let me
I-
make my coffee because I need coffee. Don't question it.
I got a 15.
G Fuel, my guy.
No, this is. Coffee is for after D&D. I'll
Also,
probably
who-
end up making another cup.
Also, who drinks coffee at fucking 8 o'clock at night?
People who gotta do shit after 12, mate.
The fuck you doing after 12?
Talking to my girlfriend.
Fair enough.
So I got a 15.
Coffee maker, you want to make my coffee?
You heard me, right?
Just
Yeah. I'm waiting for him to roll his dice.
her. It's
You want
gonna
me to
be a
just-
fuck. It's
you want me
gonna
to
be a minute. You don't get a roll for me. That's illegal. Only I
Wait,
roll for me.
That's illegal.
Exactly.
Hi, this
Just
is
like
Governor
what
Ron
Caboose said.
DeSantis.
No one cares, Ron DeSantis. Get off my D&D stream.
Who the fuck is Ron DeSantis?
Our governor.
Literally, I just opened up for the ambience music of the background, and I just hear fucking, "Hi, I'm Ron DeSantis." Very nice. Get the fuck off my stream.
Very nice. Now fuck that.
Nothing against the guy, but
Oh
wrong
shit!
place,
I
the wrong
made
time.
pot. I hit pot. Fuck.
Okay,
You hit.
so
I have one of those ones that's combination pot combination. How do I cancel? Cancel.
you unplug it. So,
The last time I did that, my thing got fucked. Well, now I'm making
Dagon
a
and
pot of hot
Cynthius.
water.
as you all begin to venture forth into this torture chamber and try to immaculate from the smell of blood and just raw corpses, you watch from the peripheral of your visions something pop up behind Manea. As you turn your head, you watch as something kind of bear hugs.
I rolled a
right-
17 on perception.
You would see this too. You watch as something goes from behind her, going around her shoulder with their right arm and around her abdomen with their left, grab a hold of her and kind of jump backwards like some shit out of Mortal Kombat, Scorpion teleporting as they just immense through the wall, and both themselves and Manea just out of appearance.
Well, there goes our healer.
That's all he has to say, just no sympathy, just, well, there goes the healer.
God damn it, Manea needs to stop getting kidnapped by interdimensional creatures.
I was gonna be
Yeah.
more of an. I was gonna be more of an ass, but I was like, nope.
DM,
Player.
yay or nay? Was that what I think it was?
Yay.
Ah. You guys are in for a treat.
Okay, so
At least,
Alright,
if we're
let's-
thinking the same thing, yay.
Message me message me on the on DMs if that is the thing that I'm thinking of.
so
Aha.
with
Any reactions to what just happened?
Well, Dagon's probably gonna like the fact that even happened. Dagon's probably gonna have a reaction. He's probably gonna clutch his head and have the biggest headache ever documented.
You both wouldn't experience that level, but your heads would kind of vibrate as well. Just from the sheer
Yeah,
presence of whatever that was, is literally making your brain molecules tremble.
Well, I don't know who took Manea, but it's probably something bad.
Do I want to make chicken taco or do I want to make a pizza?
Chicken taco. Easily.
So
I've
yeah,
had chicken tacos a lot already this week. I think I'm gonna go with a pizza.
If I had
Oh,
known
chicken
that, I would have gone
taco.
with pizza.
all right. So
I was talking to myself.
what are we gonna do here?
Well,
At this point,
I-
the room is completely up for yours.
well, I'm gonna walk up and go to that chest, and
Which chest?
the one that's close
Drawers.
to the one that's closest to us. If there is another chest, which I don't see.
Right there?
You better make sure that's not a mimic.
Well, I don't know if I
Greg
have
stabbed
any.
the chest.
No.
Yes.
So as Greg watches Cynthius walk up the stairs and reaches for the handle of the chest, you just watch as Greg just kind of just reaches around the corner and just stabs the chest before retracting his arm, walking off in the opposite direction.
This wasn't a mimic.
Had to make sure.
I can just imagine like some cartoon shit. You just watch him just poke it from around the corner. Just all you see is his arm stabbing it. It wasn't a mimic. Pokes his head around the corner. Had to be sure.
No, Greg just closes the dimensional portal in front. Greg
Okay,
is capable of teleporting, but only in front of his friends to stab chests. It doesn't matter how far away in the world he is.
Telefrag.
It doesn't matter if he's dead or not. He'll just appear, stab a chest, and disappear.
Telefrag.
So now you got me thinking. All right. So Greg opens portal, stabs chest, and Cynthius looks at the portal and just squints. Portal opens back up. Middle finger.
Oh well, Cynthius isn't his friend, so
That's the term I'm using every time this happens. Telefrag.
Okay, so after Greg stabs the chest, I'm gonna open it and see what's inside.
So as you open it up, it's hard to make out what all is in it, as far as you are concerned with anything of value. You open it up and you just get this wretched smell of just raw corpse, as this basically is just like a little storage container for just limbs and organs and body parts that have just been thrown in there that have yet to be consumed.
So Cynthia's just gonna look like, Dagon, I found your lunch.
Dagon's probably not gonna want to take part in this one. He knows something's up.
And
So do me a favor real quick, Stetson, and make me a Constitution save.
16, with plus 2. Okay.
That told me enough. So, as you get this immaculate, just hardcore whiff of this just wretched smell of just death being opened up into your nostrils, you manage to swallow it and just straight up hold your stomach from not just spewing everywhere. It is not a pleasant smell.
normal Tuesday night for Greg.
So, Dagon's probably gonna figure out what this is the work of.
Another
So,
elf
can-
being.
Yeah, but exactly which one is the question? Is what he's gonna is if he can figure that out.
Make me an intelligence.
Normal
All right.
Tuesday night for Shia, or legendary fight with Shia LaBeouf. Normal Tuesday night for Shia LaBeouf.
What the fuck is Shia LaBeouf? No, I'm joking.
We got a 20 here.
Jesus Christ. Alright. So
You didn't
whoever
know
or
who
whatever.
Shia LaBeouf was.
No.
I was gonna send you the entire Transformers trilogy.
Bro, I've watched it. I've watched even Stevens. I've watched Holes. So as he begins to like try to piece together between the dimensional soul transference, what he's currently sitting in, the level of difficulty in puzzles, the fact that Eustace was just floated off and dragged into this dungeon of a hell, he can piece together that whoever this is or whatever this is powerful, can be dangerous, and is hungry.
That's not melting that plastic wood, is it?
So, DM, you want to handle what Dagon's going to tell the party about what they're dealing with?
Alright, guys. Listen here. Whatever this thing is, the more I think about it, is more whoever. We need to get Eustace back in and out as soon as possible. This thing straight up, it's messing with me. That's scary.
Yeah, I agree, because whatever this place is and what's making us go into these weird dungeons and all that, it's telling us that it wants us to stay away from Eustace because it wants Eustace for one thing. Yes, but let's see if we can find anything around here that could track us to where Eustace is. And Cynthia's gonna turn around and he sees that thing at the far back of the room, probably in the bookshelf. Looks like either a bookshelf or something on top of that podium.
Okay.
And he's gonna walk up to it just to see what it is, but he's not gonna like fully investigate it.
So as you approach it, you notice that this is similar but different with the previous blood altar you had encountered within the Lichison. However, this one is much more...
Zetithia wasn't in the Lichison.
That is true. To the rest of you, for context. As you approach this, you do see that this is of some kind of a blood altar. And within it, you see some sort of tentacle-based creature. You can't really make out what it is. It's not even humanoid. It's something with a face that resembles similar to a beholder, but instead of just sheer a head with tentacles and eye stalks, it's more a singular, massive meatball in a sense for a head. And similar to Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean, he's got these tentacles that come off of his face, but even more so towards the cheekbones and the ears. It's just tentacles just wrapped around it, just coming off from like the cheekbones all the way down.
Cynthius is gonna pick up the statue, look at it, and he's just gonna get chills, and he's just like,
This isn't a statue, bro. This is it.
It's just like, I hope this ain't what he's just like, I hope this ain't what took Eustace and all that. And
You really want to try and pick it up?
yeah.
Make me a wisdom saving throw.
Wait. So this is like I sent you a message, DM, just
Nat
to make
20.
sure.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, natural 20.
Greg enters the room and he's holding the hailfire blade closely.
You better hope it's asleep.
Greg hopes it's not alive, whatever the fuck it is.
Well, hopefully it ain't. Hopefully it
Yeah.
ain't what I'm holding the statue of resemblance.
That's not a statue. The DM said it's a creature.
I saw it's a statue.
I didn't hear that part.
Dagon is probably going to rush at you and tell you and scream at you not to touch it.
You think this is bad?
He's
I know. Touch that
Dagon
thing.
probably.
You touch that thing, it's going to take over your body, your brains, and you're essentially going to be a zombie in the face of reality of being possessed.
Wait. Let him touch it.
Have you gone mad?
No, Greg doesn't like Cynthia's.
Yes, I only been in this group for a few sessions or days, depending on when you want to put in context. But I'll trust you, Dagon, and it seems like I always have my my trust in you. So I'm just gonna leave this alone. But still, it just gives me the creeps. I hope that ain't what we're fighting. Okay. Coco is just literally just gonna sit at the door.
Just like a guard dog, just dunk. Meanwhile, Shiva is using my Guitar Hero controller as a pillow.
Where is Greg's? I see Greg. He just blends into the map very well.
So, right as you reach out to touch it, just for some added flavor, you reach out towards it, and you watch as you can see the very tips of the tentacles kind of curl slightly. Almost like it's getting ready to pull you in to grab it itself. And it isn't until Dagon distracting you and telling you not to touch it is when you kind of snap out of its hypnosis.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay.
Alright, you cut out for a second.
Did you hear what I said? At all?
I heard... Damn it.
I did
No, that's
say
not what he
that.
said.
I heard up
So-
until Dagon distracting you.
Is when you break out of this thing's hypnosis.
Yeah. Well, whatever this is supposed to be, some kind of torture chamber by looks of chains, cages, torture beds, probably.
You can easily see to your left another cage and a chair with some chains that could easily be used for other methods of torture or interrogation.
To be honest,
Why
I
is
want-
there a thing coming up on my goddamn Discord? No, I would not like to switch to my new audio device.
To be honest, I want
Well,
Coco.
All Greg has to say about the dungeon is kinky.
Jesus Christ.
No, it's not a sex chamber.
Would you
This
like it
is-
to be?
No. It's just it's like I want Coco to do something, but yet I don't know what would be good for him per se, besides him being like a guard dog or something.
Me too, bro, me too.
Well, would anyone like to check around this place for?
Did Pyro
Maybe,
say we
like-
could barbecue him?
No, you
No, you're
burped
not-
and I said, me too, bro, me too.
Oh.
You literally just
Oh,
said we could barbecue him.
my dislike of these characters is making me hear things.
Oh, I thought you were just hungry.
No,
Well,
you.
yeah,
No,
I am
I
hungry.
thought he. I thought he wanted to barbecue the damn on my damn cocoa. I was like, no, you're not barbecuing the bird.
I didn't say that in character. To be fair.
So,
Not to say, have you ever
So-
had roasted pheasant before?
does anyone want to check the room to see if there's anything we might not notice like initially, like maybe a door
I
or
would
a
like
lever?
to roll perception.
I was gonna say, everyone go ahead and roll me a perception.
19.
Nat 20.
Okay. So, to the right side of the wall, when you first walk in, you can see a series of tools. Pliers, some saws, other various tools and weapons, and
Cinder deep tonight.
confusing looking equipment that could be easily determined to be used for torture, as some of them could even be recognized as recent from the blood being fresh.
Does Greg recognize any of this shit?
He could recognize a fair amount of them, being some of these are even used for blacksmithing.
Who the fuck is using a perfectly good hammer as a torture device? Greg takes the blacksmithing hammer.
So, you've got the blacksmithing hammer, you've got the very metallic tongs that they'll use to dip the metal within the
Greg
cooling fountain.
Greg could probably sell this shit.
You've got saws, you've got pliers, you've got little daggers, you've got some sort of arcane wands, you've got candles, you've got scalpels.
I would like to steal this shit so I can sell it.
All of it?
At least all the ones that are actually tools and the wands.
Dagon is going to warn you not to touch the wands.
Greg is going to use the tongs to touch the wand.
Fair enough. So,
But
as you gather all these, you can input into your inventory torture device equipment.
I'm going to put torture bag.
Good.
but Cynthia is just gonna walk. He's gonna start walking out of that room to explore, and as he gets close to Greg, he's just gonna say, "What? I don't know whose blood or whoever used that torture device, but hopefully it ain't used."
Wait.
And he's just gonna
can
give.
Greg smell the blood?
He
Can
can.
Greg smell the blood? Greg would like to smell the blood. Does it smell like Hustus's blood?
Does not.
But
Does it smell like anyone we know?
No.
But Cynthia.
Would Greg know what any of our blood smells like?
Yes, actually, because you've all taken a fair amount of hits within the succubus fight.
So we're just assuming divine sense allows Greg to also know what our blood smells like.
I was more so basing that off of your nat 20 for perception.
Alright. Also, probably the fact that Greg knows some weird Orcus bullshit.
But yeah, Cynthia's gonna say that whoever. I was like, I hope whoever's blood that is, that ain't Eustace's, and hopefully he hasn't been tortured, and yada 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 yada.
It does not smell like Eustace.
And he's just gonna give Greg a pat on the back shoulder, and he's just gonna walk out and go to his left, towards the boxes.
Choose your next steps wisely.
It's that creepy voice again!
Greg starts breakdancing.
Greg is just in the middle of breakdancing, holding the middle finger sign, like you
No,
don't.
no,
you can't
no,
tell
we
me.
did not cast uncontrollable dance.
No, fuck you. Greg knows how to break dance. This is canon. I'm ruling to break dance.
Oh no.
17. 17.
That he's gonna walk out to his left.
It's more dancing and less breaking.
No, fuck you. Greg's breakdancing.
But
Oh, also, when does the main campaign take place?
150 years later.
Alright, I'm going to send you a couple of things in DM about the,
Okay. So, Dagon, what do you wish to do from here?
Follow where Cynthius is going, because you're gonna need his help.
and Coco is gonna follow right behind Cynthia's because he's tired of being a guard dog.
Alright, so where are you going?
All right.
Cynthius?
I said he was gonna go to his left towards those boxes, but in my view, my right.
Alright. So as you investigate these crates, you can see to your left, just down the hallway, a massive pile of just bones and armor and corpses. Like, whatever could not be consumed, this was kind of the dump pile.
How big is the pile? Can I see over it, or is it just bones straight on?
Oh, you are literally looking in the trash chute from Star Wars. It is that high up.
Okay, so
Easily, you can venture to guess maybe a few thousand bodies have been collected. Something
If-
was hungry and still is.
if only our healer was here. He was.
What is he gonna do? Animate dead?
No, she can do fireball and melt all these fucking bones.
You do realize the melting point of a bone, right?
You do realize the melting point of a bone does not exist. It's the incineration point.
You get my point.
Well, whatever's behind this pile of bones should be a door or probably another passage. Hell, it could be just a wall.
Could be. So as you pay less attention to the bones and more to what's in front of
Greg
you.
would like to follow the group, by
Okay.
the way.
So as you look in front of you, you can see some crates that are stacked on top of each other. They look to be your average crates, probably of other legitimate food. As you could probably venture to guess, being that you just had half a brewery in the other room. But you do notice that there is one crate that is secured with steel.
And I can venture to say no one has a crowbar.
I wanna
Greg
say the
could probably
adventuring-
use the mending sword.
No. I'm pretty sure. I want to double check this. The adventuring pack has one.
Then Greg would have one.
Hold up. I remember there was a kit, because I was looking through them the other day, and one of them had a crowbar. Was it a Dungeon
That's the burglar's pack for sure has one, because that's what my
Does anyone have a
Tiger has.
Dungeoneer's pack?
Dungeoneer's pack? No, not me.
Could Greg just rip the crate open?
No, these things are literally welded shut.
Could Greg use either the Hailfire or one of his mending swords, or both his mending swords?
These things, they would more than likely and realistically snap before the steel of this. Like, you would need to either have some sort of...
So wait. This sword that's made out of a demon metal, that's probably way stronger than steel, right?
At
Would
most,
snap
would
against steel.
No, the mending swords. With that sword, you might be able to actually pry some of it open,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah, I'm starting to hear that popping sound from you.
What does it even sound like?
It sounds
Yo,
like
mama.
it sounds like static when you're talking. It just sounds like it's static. Like when you're trying to talk, it like kind of like makes that popping sound. Like I don't know if it's the fluctuation of your
AC unit. So is it talking now? Is it any different this time?
I still hear the popping. Yeah.
Do I hear the popping? Gotcha.
Sir, please invest in a pop mic. Or a pop guard.
This is a pop mic. It's
Well,
got,
one, pop mics don't exist. Two, invest in a pop guard.
But
well, it's got a pop in it. Like the microphone itself is engulfed in a pop filter.
Invest in a better one. Put a stop on it.
If I could tell you what I'm hearing, I would, but I can't describe it because when you're talking, it makes that popping sound.
You know what low quality audio sounds like?
I don't know how this could be low quality. This is a $400 mic.
Well, it's something on your software end, but
It's probably because when I switch over to my regular mic and not the voice mod, it's perfectly fine.
then get off voice mod. Don't use voice mod for right now because something's probably fucked up with your software.
And
Like it's probably
I can't reinstall it.
I was gonna say it's probably like, oh, you need an update or some shit.
Let me look.
But back to the game. While you do that, Cynthia's just gonna look at Doug and is like, "Hey, can you make some sort of potion that's like an acid potion? Probably we can."
I was gonna say Greg has a flint and steel. We could just burn the crate a little.
How's this? Does this sound any better?
A bit.
It's still paused, but it's not as bad.
Try moving the mic away from your face a little bit.
If it goes any further, it's hitting the monitor. It's like a foot away from me.
But yeah, like
Have you tried putting a sock over it?
Why would I put a sock over it?
Poor man's pop filter.
I'll do it in a minute.
I mean, it's not.
My only recommendation is don't use your jizz sock.
I'm saying it's not annoying. It's just I'm just telling you.
Noticeable.
all right. So what are we doing here?
Well, I was asking Dagon if he can make some type of acid potion so he can destroy the metal.
I'm very sure you
Greg-
could just cast. I'm very sure you could just cast an acid
Greg,
spell.
unscrew it. Or is it welded?
He says
So
it's welded.
it's basically welded shut. And is this any better?
Could Greg just break the wood?
You can certainly try. And is this any better? I put a sock over it.
A little.
I can still hear popping, yeah, but it's not as bad as it was before.
Alright, so sock was useless. Taking that shit off.
No, the sock was better.
Okay, talk again.
Mic check 1, 2, 3.
You're good. I don't hear any
Alright,
popping.
you're good now. The sock fixed it.
Guess what? The sock's off of it.
The sock reset it.
Guess you could
Yeah,
call it
fuck,
instead
I
of a
took-
soft reset, it's a sock reset.
And you're popping again.
Oh god damn it. And what the Alright, so fucking crate. Go ahead. What are we doing with this crate?
I'm going to take... Is there a hatchet or an axe in the torture room?
Within the torture stuff, you managed to pick up screwdrivers, a couple of knives, scalpels, a hammer, blacksmithing pliers, and various other miscellaneous, like smithing tools or other uses for torture.
Is there a crowbar?
No crowbar.
Can I roll to find a crowbar?
You will not be able to find one, I'll tell you just straight up.
Dagon, can you cast
What
acid
if I
or
roll...
something that can melt this?
Could...
I mean, Dagon
Could
could easily
Dagon
just use
summon
acid
a
spit or
crowbar?
acid spray.
Yeah, because can
What
you?
if Dagon summons a crowbar?
Well, why would he summon something when he could just drizzle a little bit of acid just right on where he needs to
Because
undo the weld?
then, if all of us have crowbars, we don't need to depend on Dagon.
Let's be honest. When is the other time you were going to be needing a crowbar?
Fuck you, Half-Life.
Besides
It's always
blunking,
good to have a
Besides-
crowbar.
He said, "Fuck you, half."
but okay, but Dagon, can you
Why
unweld
is
this?
there an 11?
That's a 2 Roman numeral.
It's a Roman numeral 2 and is for something for my D&D note.
It looked like a 1 and a 1 on the fucking TV. I'm sat 3 feet, or I'm sat like probably 5 or 6 feet away from.
But Cynthia's is gonna move out of the way so Dagon can unweld this crate.
Make me an R. Just roll me a D20 there, Donna.
How strong is Dagon and how strong is Cynthia's? As well as Coco.
Dagon is stronger amongst the 3 of them. I can easily tell you that.
Yes,
He's a
but
god.
I'm asking how much their actual strength is because I want to figure out their carrying capacity.
I have to look back at the notes I sent.
You just got quiet there, DM.
Like I said, I just really need to look at the notes for Dagon.
Because I'm thinking we could take this armor and then all of us could actually end up with some money.
Dagon has a raw strength of 26.
God damn. Greg's losing that arm wrestling. Would Greg lose that? Yes, because Greg is 2 points behind even with his modifier.
With modifiers
Okay.
29.
Greg is 5 points behind Dagon.
He's a god, so that's
Can
why.
I roll for Greg to have a Rocky montage? You can kill gods in D&D.
Alright, moving on. God damn it. Roll me a D20
17.
there, Dagon. 17? Alright.
Yeah.
So essentially, you just lean down to the corner piece. Literally just...
Could Greg piss on Greg?
What is up with you and pissing on things?
It's Greg's
Like that little corner right there.
signature intimidation move. Can Greg intimidate the crate?
So you spit on the very corner, like you literally just physically spit on the corner of this crate as you watch as the steel kind of fizzles as your spit basically becomes the blood of the xenomorph and just erodes and decays and just eats through the entirety of the steel before just dripping down the side of it, eating away at that, and just completely just ping, comes off of a lot of the welding as the metal strip that's being held down by these corners kind of just curls back like a curling iron, just straight up unfolding itself, leaving that whole corner half just completely exposed of just raw.
Hey DM, check your check
check your DMs.
PM.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you send me?
Oh, this is about my future backup character because I was thinking about that at work.
Okay, so what do you want to do now?
Oh, well, do you want to do the honors and see what's inside the crate?
Well, it says it won't do him any harm. He'll just rip it open.
Rips half of it off, like, not that hard.
So,
As you just straight rip this wood in literal half as splinters kind of just spray against the wall, you see as there is a bigger version of the smaller statue, like easily 4 foot tall, but more of a full body version. You've got the head that you had seen on the blood altar, but the body is more condensed. It's almost like a Cthulhu body, but more skinnier in terms of like it's anorexic, but it has muscle. And it's kind of curled up in a fetal position, and its hands together like it's praying.
And Dagon is not gonna like this.
Since he's just gonna look at it like, praying monster. I don't see that every day, and just starts walking off like, I do not want to see this.
Where you
Greg
walk off
would
to.
like to try and intimidate the statue.
Are you going to piss on?
Maybe. That has, for whatever reason, that has become a signature of the Greg intimidation style.
But what did you say, DM?
Where are you walking off to?
He's just gonna walk by. He's just gonna like turn around, like walks, like I'm not gonna see this shit.
So Greg pissing on it would probably do something to him, so no. Greg's just going to try and intimidate the statue.
It's a statue. There's nothing to intimidate.
Okay, so unless
All I can think of for some reason is, can I seduce the door?
No!
That's something I saw in a D&D meme, not something I actually want to do. Also, how did Sophius get around the bone pile?
He just walked around it. Because this is basically like a massive bonfire area, like if they were to be burned alive.
And since he's just gonna say, well, if I miss something on the other side, I guess this is the only place that we need to go. But there's a giant fucking pile of bones, and don't know how in the hell we're gonna get through this without creating a fucking avalanche.
Greg would like to go look at the other side.
So as you venture forth to the other area, you can see that there is multiple cages, a couple limb rippers. I don't know what to really call them. It's the parts where you got
Those are stretching tables.
Okay, so the more you know. A couple stretcher tables. You've got some Iron Maidens and other chains and whips and other more body mass. God damn it! I saw that coming a mile away. But more central body mass.
Can you blame me? That's a good song. Would any of the whips be useful in combat?
Yes, we can whip him like a government mule.
That's not what I was going for, but okay.
Well.
But would any of the whips be useful in combat?
Or owes you money, just...
I mean, they're only like 3 feet long. They're basically.
How long are the chains?
Probably like 8 foot. 'Cause
8
it's enough
foot?
it's enough to hold the person being bound to them and the wall.
Oh, they're attached to the wall. I thought these were just loose chains that would be used to tie up someone.
Nope.
Is there anything of value at all on this side?
Making note of everything you're seeing. That's about it.
Greg flips off this side and walks away.
How tall is the pile of bones?
9 feet.
9 feet?
1 foot taller than Greg.
I'm gonna see if Coco can climb up those bones and see what was overhead. See if there's anything that is beyond these pile of bones.
So as Coco struggles and tries to climb on top of all these bone piles of just a wall of literal flesh and bone, You see, as he's climbing up, a bunch of skeletal just remains getting kicked up behind him before he reaches the top. He's having to crouch down because between the top of the pile and just him,
The ceiling.
it's like maybe a 7-inch difference of just air. As he crawls to the back, and you can kind of hear him pecking at something before coming back.
Is there any? Greg would like to walk by the bones, or to over near where Cynthia's is.
So this isn't really bones. This is just a literal bonfire pit.
But yes, but is the pile of bones? Is there anything of value in it?
Extremely rusted armor. That's it.
Hmm.
Okay, so by
This is waste of good armor.
I agree, but whatever Coco was pecking at, it means there's something behind this. But
So when
I
he
don't know.
was pecking, you
Yeah, it sounds like a wooden door or something wood behind here.
Greg
But-
picks up an armload of skeletons and he's going to take it to the other side. Or 2 armloads of skeletons.
so you're just gonna basically scoop up and just dump over here.
Yeah.
Okay. So you do so.
He's gonna set his stuff aside and just sort of move it until someone else does
So-
something.
You're gonna set your belongings so to free up some body mass weight right in this little corner here, and
So Greg can pick up more.
pick up more. And you kind of, for like a solid, literal hour, are just relocating all of these bones and just corpsal remains and kind of just dumping them between this doorway and just in this room. Before you
Dagon and Cynthia just sat to the side watching Greg.
just passing back and forth a bag of popcorn, like, can we help him? No.
They have their own separate bottle of Orcus whiskey from Greg's.
No, they literally took it from your pack. No, I'm joking.
Wait. Greg's bottle of Orcus whiskey is still full, right? Because I drank it. I've only drank it in that weird dimension.
No, you did consume it. It was indeed
Yeah,
bits of it was indeed
Wait.
consumed.
but it was in the dimension where when we use stuff, it
No, it's whenever you took damage or used spells, it was replenished. But if you had consumed anything, including potions, soul crystals, rations, anything that is a literal consumable, is consumed.
So Greg's probably got like 3/4 of a bottle of whiskey left.
Correct. On that note, I'm taking a shot at tequila.
D&D drinking game. Anytime we cast Fireball, you have to drink a shot of Fireball.
I'm down!
Says the only one in the party who's probably not drinking age. I don't know how old Zestin is or how old
Zetson
Kama
is a year older than me.
I'm 22, but I never drank or smoke. I still haven't had my.
How old,
I still haven't had my first alcoholic
how
beverage.
old is Kana? Roughly.
32.
You don't have to. 32.
You serious?
That's actually about how old I thought you were. I guess 30 based on your voice.
I said mid-20s.
I was
How
guessing
old
like
is
mid to
Sean?
late 20s.
I don't drink or smoke either.
Sean
How
is
old
my
is
age.
Sean?
He's my age. We graduated together.
21.
Yeah, we graduated together.
Strictly a soda beverage diet for me.
You know, soda strips calcium from your bones, right?
I only drink tea.
I drink.
I
Okay, so
consume water.
I consume water, Gatorade, juice, alcohol, G Fuel.
So yeah, what are we doing now?
So,
Well-
as he spends... So what all are you doing while he's basically relocating this bone pile?
well, Cynthia is gonna tell Coco to stay with Dagon, and he's gonna
Coco's
go.
on the other side of the bone pile.
No, he had to climb back so that he could kind of relate what he saw, which was a wooden door.
And Cynthia is gonna help Greg with these piles, so he's but he's not gonna carry as much as Greg, but he's gonna lend a helping hand.
Okay.
I'd like to point out Greg is also putting the bones down in a more respectful fashion than the pile.
Okay, so you're literally gonna play mannequin with them. Just okay. Here's the table. Here's some seeds. Just okay.
No, Greg's being respectful because Greg is a noble knight.
They're dead.
Albeit an insane. Respect the dead, man.
If that's the case, then take your orc whiskey out and just dump a little more for the homies.
Dump a little more for the homies, he says.
But Cynthia's
The
gonna.
entire family has no such tradition. We would not to waste good alcohol.
But Cynthia's gonna help Greg move these pile of skeleton bones so we can get to what's behind them.
There you go. That's a good growth. Sit down. You don't have to stand directly in front of it. Save some for the rest of us.
Let me guess, she's
Greg-
hogging the AC again.
Yes.
God damn it. I'm going to make a fighter or a barbarian who has a frying pan, and they claim that they can cast spells, and they just shout cast iron.
I've seen
Smack
that on
someone.
XP to level 3's fucking stream, and it was funny as shit.
Okay, so
Now she's
While
trying to
Gre-
get
while-
over the AC to look outside. It's adorable because she'll just like poke her head up a little bit and then sit back down for the AC. Poke her head up a little bit and sit down for the AC.
okay, but with Greg and Cynthia's moving piles of bones,
It goes from about an hour and a half worth of time with just Greg to about 45 an hour minutes.
so it takes more time for.
Just Greg to
Two-
do it.
But you
Just Greg
said
to do it. Just Greg to do it. It's an hour and a half. With both of you, it takes
You
about
s-
45 to an hour.
Okay, yeah. So like I said, Cynthia's gonna lend Greg a hand by moving this stuff, while Coco and Dagon's just gonna sit there like. He's just gonna like, I'm not getting my hands dirty.
Coco doesn't have any. Anyway, so as you get to a point where you can actually see the physicalities of this door, very large, wooden,
Greg throws
And-
to seduce the door.
bloody.
Hey, Greg. I guess it's time for stabby stab. Make sure the door ain't a mimic.
Why would a door be a mimic?
Mimic doors, motherfucker. You've not heard of that?
No!
You didn't know mimics could be more than chests?
I know they can be like chests, beds, chairs. I've never heard them being used as a door.
Mimics can be doors and door frames in some situations.
What in the monster house fuck? Somebody forgot that movie even existed.
Greg takes the
Huh?
hellfire. Greg takes the hellfire blade and rams it into that door after collecting his possessions.
What'd you say, DM, about Monster House?
Some of you forgot that movie even existed. That door even existed. Well, you stab the door,
Oh.
nothing happens.
I did not forget Monster House existed. I watched it.
I have too. I loved it.
It's a pretty good move.
Okay, so whatever. Okay,
It's
First,
a bit
here-
goofy by today's standards, but it's
Yeah.
a pretty
Oh,
good
yeah.
Okay.
movie.
Oh yeah.
okay. Before we do anything with the door, is there a riddle? Cynthia's just gonna look around like a maniac. She's like, okay, there has to be a fucking riddle.
Just the door.
Okay, Cynthia's is gonna go to the doorknob and open the door, or try to open it.
So it's one of those very simple, just almost like the olden days where it's got the round knockers. And it's got a bit of a side latch that you kind of
Round knockers.
pull to the side and just push the door open. And it opens, and to your discovery, lots of blooded webs used by flesh and veins.
This was a bad time to start eating pizza.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Well, whatever giant spider fuck
I
it
forgot to
is.
mix the sugar into my coffee.
And Cynthia's just gonna not even go through the door. He's just gonna look through, and he's like,
It's not even spider webs. It is flesh and blood veins used to make the appearance of webs.
yes, and he's just gonna say, whatever kind of spider fuck is this? Did a shitty job.
And Dagon is
I'm not
really.
sure Eustace is worth this. Grimbard family has book about something like this. We did not write book. We found book in the ancient wizard tower. But we do not like this.
Oh,
Greg is going to move to the back towards Dagon.
Then he waddled
Dagon-
away. Waddle, waddle, waddle.
Oh, that's the first. Greg ain't leading.
No, Greg's taking a more tactical position.
I'm not running away. I'm taking a tactical position.
Position runs the other way. Don't you see it's a fucking smoke cloud?
Dagon is starting to realize what made this.
Well, guess I'll take a lead, and everyone's gonna start walking into this hallway, whatever hallway it
This
is.
is your final warning, mortals. Turn back now if you value your sanity.
You said that and Cynthia's just gonna point his head up, and he's just gonna say, "You said that the other time in that dimension. Look, we're still sane, some sorts." And scratches his head. He's just,
To be honest, I was not fully sane when I entered. Hell, I mean.
No one asked you.
Fuck you, disembodied voice.
Fuck you, orc. What's your name?
me or the orc.
Grog Grimbud the Thief.
Fuck you, Grug.
Fuck you, disembodied voice. Oh no, wait. What's your name?
Ezekiel! Ezekiel! That name fucking sucks!
But Cynthia's just gonna start walking
That
into the
That's a
hallway.
great meme.
I fucking love it to pieces. So as you venture forth, Cynthius, to your right, you can see what looks like another sewer header that's got a glowing green effect coming from it. It's almost like a mint color.
Hey, no, I've been into. He's just gonna look, and he's like, I've been out in the world, but I never seen a sewer grade glowing.
Approach.
Dagon's gonna follow suit, but his headache is getting worse.
And Coco, you can kind of see start to limp a little as she grows closer to this area. More nauseous than anything.
Well, whatever is
Greg's gonna stand at the doorway and contemplate, is Eustace worth this? My goal was to come to Hell to deal as much damage to Drekich as I. My friend is trapped by a creature beyond God, power of gods in Hell. I have only known friend for a couple of days. Maybe week.
well,
His friend
You could
wants
venture
me-
to guess maybe 3 or 4 mortal realm days.
well, I
The
guess
captain,
Greg's thinking all of this stuff, by the way. He's not saying this out loud.
yeah,
He's having
So you got it.
decisions.
the captain has helped you out a lot, though.
well, there I can say
He
there
has
ain't no
been
other.
helpful. I may die before I can deal as much damage as I possibly can to Hell, though.
All right, Dagon's like Dagon. Yeah, it's time to do this. Yeah,
Greg's
You
doing
going-
hand weighing motions at the door behind them.
Like,
Yeah,
Well,
but you can't see his face though because it's covered by his samurai helmet and mask.
so Cynthia, you going forward?
if this is the only way, sure, but whatever is, whatever this voice and whatever is telling us to stay away, they really mean it. So it's just, but where? Are we gonna go towards that sewer grate, or are we gonna walk to our to my left around the corner?
Dagon is going to sense whether or not he's close to the captain. DM?
closer.
Okay. Well,
So
Greg's gonna take a deep breath.
let's just get out of this hallway alive and in one piece. And they're gonna just continue forwards.
all right, here we go.
Did
We're-
DM forget that that's how I was saying, that's how I'm doing divine sense?
Taking a deep breath.
Yes.
Yeah,
So,
you're trying to.
Actually done by breathing in.
So I guess he's trying to sense the captain.
so
Or just danger.
the absolute huff that you smell when you take a deep breath almost makes you vomit immediately, just from the sheer unsettling smell.
It is very dangerous in here. I know Eustace is our friend, but are we sure that he is worth the lives of 4 versus his own? Or, Dagon, is what's happening to him potential for an even greater cataclysm than what Drekich has done?
He's still alive now. That's got to give us some sense of hope.
Yes, but it is what is going to happen to him, as you seem to realize what this creature is. Do not deny it. I can see it in your eyes, even though you are a god. You are slowly piecing this together.
piecing this together
But-
that whatever this thing is that's got my captain, it's gonna be one fucking hell of a fight.
Yes.
But I've made a
but-
deal with him, and he's made a deal with me. I am
But
legally
doesn't-
obligated to save him. But if you decide to stay put here, or come with,
I have a question for you.
I might have an
Is
answer.
what's going to happen going to cause a greater cataclysm than what would happen if we do not stop Drekich?
I feel like this is nothing related to him. But at the same time, Eustace is involved with Drakich in some way, shape, or form.
Yes.
We need him back.
Dagon, you are dodging the question. Will this cause cataclysm?
Won't know
DM,
until
you
we
know
do
what
it.
the- No, not
No.
saving Eustace. Not saving Eustace. What's
DM,
the
you want
likelihood of cataclysm?
Well,
I was about to ask you if you knew what a cataclysm was.
I'm not gonna lie, I actually had to Google it.
Motherfucker!
You're pulling out the
You
$3
played-
words!
In other words, he wants to know if a greater evil than even Drakage is behind that door.
A cataclysm is another word for actually, an apocalypse would typically be caused by a cataclysm.
So basically, is this going to be another version of Ragnarok?
No. Something tells me if whatever this thing that's got a hold of Eustace, it's not after him for food. Something tells me he's either trying to bait me or he's after something bigger. Information.
Well, whatever this is, it's no good because you don't you remember the last fight that we did with the stalker and it only wanted me?
Stalker was
Mhm.
after you for its own reasons. This thing is after Eustace for its own reasons, and probably me too. But if it's trying to stop all of us from getting to it, something tells me it's not gonna stop when it comes to killing us. Should it come to that.
Worst case scenario, Eustace is under his own control and we might have to fight him.
There's a pen and paper when I need
Do you want me to literally give you my notebook?
it. No, I got Google Docs.
Golark, I would like you to walk into his room and throw your notebook at him just for
Why?
shits and giggles. Because it'd be funny to have for the viewer on stream.
You better watch.
Well,
Oh, by the way, we now have a viewer constantly other than me
I've
because
noticed.
my girlfriend's going to be watching.
Hi,
us
girlfriend. How are you? What do you want?
Shut up.
No, fuck.
All right, so are we going forward?
My face.
Yes, we are. That wasn't what I was hoping for, but it was still glorious.
Hi, child. Yes, I'm okay.
You hear what I said?
Knowledge. He threw the book at me and was like, knowledge.
Oh no! Oh, you did the stop thing. Why you fought?
I'm re-rolling that. I rolled all ones. How the fuck did I roll all ones again? There we go. That's acceptable. Well, hello, child.
What's going on?
Sniffer.
Is there a way we can mask the smell or whatever it is in this hallway?
You could.
secretly, Greg's samurai mask functions like a witch doctor mask, and it's just got a bunch of spices in it.
Or you mean Plague Doctor?
You knew what I meant.
So how can we, per se?
Oh shit.
Greg's been trying to do it the whole campaign. Now's his chance.
What,
All right,
the mask?
All right, Dagon's gonna move forward and try to pull up that grate.
Wait, what did you say? I've been trying to do it the whole campaign. Now's my mask is actually working for once.
No. To mask the scent of all the blood and gunk.
I'm not sure how.
Piss on them!
No! That's an intimidation tactic only.
Alright, I'm gonna go over and move the grate.
Also, I'm pretty sure Greg would actually be kind of concerned about the idea of pissing on Dagon.
I was talking
Greg
about the
actually
body. Like the bodies of the dead to mask the smell of just bleh.
But Greg won't desecrate the dead. He only does it to piss the living.
Piss off the living. He pisses on the
only-
living to piss them off.
Yes, and only those who oppose him.
Trying to perform an action here.
Go for it.
Fuck your action.
No, that's weird. Alright, so what are we doing?
I'm going over to pull off the grate and see what happens.
So as you grow closer to the grate, you can just hear the whispers and just murmurs of just something. Hush. Hush. Hush.
And Dagon is thoroughly creeped out, but he is like he's acting on instinct right now.
So as you grab a hold of the grate, you pull it up, you just hear almost like the whispers were contained and only being pulled out by the small holes of the grate. As you lift it up, you kind of just unseal them as Cynthius and Greg both can see, like some shit out of Scooby-Doo the movie, just souls kind of just flying through the rest of the entirety of the dungeon. Just like little blue souls that just as they go flying.
I think we found its version of Hades' underground lake.
Worse.
Huh?
The portal.
Is there I just have a question. Can Cynthia shift into something that will like kind of help mask the smell where it doesn't affect him?
The smell of death?
Yes.
Well, anything you shift into would really keep on you because it's still part of you.
Okay.
So Dagon is going to basically turn to face everyone, and he's kind of pale right now because he really is creeped out, and he's going to warn them about what they're getting into.
Okay, so Cynthius is gonna walk up to Dagon, look inside whatever this is supposed to be, and he's like, not sneeze.
That was a cough. What are you talking about?
Cynthius is just gonna look at Dagon, just like an expression like, you okay? But he doesn't say anything, and he just looks back down at it, and he's gonna grab his event Outlander staff and just dip it into there and see if it's like a portal or if it's something that would.
It's a portal.
Before we jump in, let's see what's.
I have proof if anyone would like to try to get pulled back through after testing.
Say that again?
I have a rope I can use to pull someone back through if they would like to go through portal to see what's on the other side.
Well, I was gonna say, if that's the case, it's only fair if Dagon would do it, but I know he's too scared, so if that's the case, I'll take the lead. But before we do that, let's see what's over over the corner.
Jacksepticeye uploaded Horrors from the Deep. Hey, how convenient. You guys are about to dip into that. I guess you guys are going to be Jacksepticeye.
I was thinking that too this morning when I saw that.
Me who watches the Yogscast play video games involving Eldritch horrors.
Okay, Sandy's just gonna tell everyone wait right here, and he's gonna go walk around that corner to see if there's anything useful.
It's just a body, just a little skeleton, kind of.
Not that corner, not that corner. The other corner. He walks out of the room, and yes, he walks out of the room and goes down and sees what's down that hall.
So as you begin to walk forth, the more further you walk, the more you realize you're walking in blood that eventually pours into a sort of actual sewer system that would be stereotypically like what you would think of when you go into a sewer with like the crocodiles that live in it.
Yeah.
Mucky and disgusting. And you can notice from the overhang that you're currently standing on as this blood is kind of pouring into a puke, diarrhea green muck of just sludge and half liquidated grime. Some sort of tentaclier creature kind of just swimming around in it.
Okay, so
probably just like a squid or an actual octopus.
Okay, Cindy's just gonna look like he's just gonna look at it like, yeah, we're in some deep shit right now, and he's just gonna walk. Before he walks towards the group, he's gonna go turn left and see if over there, see if he can still see whatever he saw on the other side.
Yeah, you can, as this thing basically just does laps.
Okay, so now Cynthia, he's gonna like, okay, noted. He's gonna go back to the group, and his face is, he's not terrified, but he has a concerned, like, look. And he's gonna look, and Dagon is gonna notice it.
Wait, friends? Should we check out more of the underground layer? We have not explored all of it. What if we are missing something that could give us upper hand?
Well, Dagon is like, Dagon's basically thinking like, this is like, we have whatever, we have a chance here. I think we found what we need. Like, we can't just turn around and go back. Not when we're so close.
Yeah, and Cynthia's gonna barge in. It's like, yeah, whatever I just saw him back there, we don't need to turn back. We need to do this head on. Let's just say what I saw was a sewer with a tentacle standing out of it. Don't know if that's supposed to be related to what we're supposed to be seeing, but I do not like this.
And remember,
sounds like normal sewer.
There is something way worse patrolling this dungeon, if you remember.
Yeah, so and then Cynthia.
Yeah, there's a Nagelschnee or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, Cynthia.
A Nelfaschnee.
Yeah, Cynthia is gonna command Greg to, not command, but ask Greg if he can see the rope.
Greg hands Symphus the other end of the rope.
And he's gonna go and tie it around himself really good so it doesn't rip or anything, and he's just gonna look at everyone and just give a good salute and then just jumps down the hole.
Oh, Dagon's
into
like
the portal.
Dagon's like, you basically tells him that you tug if you see anything in there that's bad.
Agree. And
I saw some big booty bitches. Get me out! Get me out! Get me out!
No, come with, join me.
I really wish we went to the other side before going here now, because I feel like there was something probably important.
But yeah, after Dagon says that, Cynthia is
Greg is the
again.
only one who doesn't understand Infernal, right?
I'm the only one that understands Infernal and is my favorite foe.
No. Manea understands Infernal.
Oh yeah, that's right. Infernal's my
Does
favorite
Dagon?
foe.
Does Dagon understand Infernal?
Yeah, I believe so.
But
Yeah, so Greg is the only one in the group who doesn't understand Infernal.
I don't either.
Okay, so
I thought
DM.
Cynthia did.
No,
DM.
it's my favorite foe, but my language I know are Common, Elvish, and Hori, the shape-shifting language.
So, Cynthius, as you delve down every good bit of 40 feet, you get this massive blast of heat just blown in your face. As in front of you, you see a massive just cave front with a very elegantly made hell pit fire portal, as if this could be the back step to another dimension of hell, or simply a quick portal to wherever. All you know is that it's massive, 20 feet tall, 30 feet wide, and is engulfed in lava with pits of molten and decent sized, like softball, maybe skull sized bits of obsidian.
And Cynthia's is gonna have his hand over his face, and he's like, God, if I wanted fucking Florida, I'll move to fucking Florida. And he's just gonna, it's like, okay, so whatever this gigantic oven-like thing is, if I get close to it, I'll probably melt or burn to death. So let's see what this gate is. And he's just
As you
gonna
look
walk
over to the gate, you can't really walk towards it without getting about this close, and then you're just straight tugging on the rope. You can see it's got a bit of a Victorian.
Greg yanks him back, feeling the tug.
Do you pull him all the way up or just back some?
All the way up?
All the way up. So, Cynthius, as you begin to venture closer to this door that you can make out to be of Victorian Gothic style, almost like a graveyard, you just feel yourself just get yoinked backwards, and you watch yourself kind of dangle as you get pulled back up into the sewer.
Didn't he walk tight enough for the rope to get tied?
That's what I'm saying. Yes, he does, and when he does, you pull him back.
Yeah, and as he starts getting dragged up, he's gonna yell out through the portal, guys, stop! Especially you, Greg. I found something out here that might be useful.
Put me down! Drops him.
Greg. Can we hear him because we're on the other side of a portal?
It sounds whispered and wispy.
Greg can't understand what he's saying.
Okay, now Cynthia is just gonna trying to think, okay, if I'm telling people seeing them through a rope, how can I tell them to fucking stop? Because I know 2 tugs means pull me up.
By the time you're thinking this, you're already all the way up. You're already rejoined with them in the sewer room. You've been pulled through the portal.
Well, thanks for pulling me up, but I found, and he's just gonna shake off whatever was on him from getting yoinked back up, and he's gonna just tell him, like, well, I found something pretty interesting down there.
Yeah. Well,
what do you...
I'm
continue.
following suit. Does anyone want to join?
But before you do, what do you want me to? Do you want me to tell you the gate that I found, or the giant gaping ass of a lava portal down there?
Yeah, Dagon doesn't care at this point. He's got to go. He's got to find the captain. It's like whatever it is, he'll deal with it as it happens.
Hey,
Would we be able to come back to this part of the dungeon at a later point and see if there was anything that would have been useful?
Good.
Greg, I'm going to go a pathway we did not go before, friends. Just because I want to see if there's anything I could collect that is useful.
okay.
You want me to flip the maps?
Yes.
Okay.
Figure out how to put 2 boards on the table.
I can, but they're both the same size, so it'd be overlapping.
Just have one hanging off the edge.
Well, Cynthia's
Alright.
is just gonna look at Greg's like, okay, even though you can hold your own, Coco's gonna join you. He's not gonna fight for you unless you want him to, but he's just gonna be there for kind of like a companion and if you need help with something. And Cynthia's gonna jump back down towards the jump back down the hole. And then and I'm gonna let Greg talk, but it's just after the DM just yells Captain for Dagon, I can just see him fucking like dive into the fucking portal just screaming that.
I was just meeting him like, Captain! Yeah? Look! Oh, fuck! Fucking Sea of Thieves.
Yeah. But Cynthia's is not in the room with them, so.
Yep. So, Greg and Coco.
Alright.
We're going to go back to the starting room. Or starting area where the entrance is.
So you would mention it right about there.
Yes. Alright. We're going to go the pathway that takes us around the mouth thing.
So this way?
Hold on. I need to look at my phone and not the stream. Yes, that way. Or, well, except we're not actually, no, we will go, although I like to roll to perception to see if I know what the fuck that thing in the by the 3 boards is.
You can venture to guess that is coral at some point.
Okay. Greg is going to go back so that he stood more or less directly in line with it, but above it. The mouth thing.
There?
No, no, on top of, like, okay, so from the core, where the coral is, it's directly in line with the mouth thing. If you were stood there looking at it, Greg would be stood, on the, no, the one that's directly in line with it below it. Yes.
Again, you gotta remember, you're like 3 seconds behind me.
Hold on. Let me switch to viewing the stream on my phone. I can't wait till I get a new computer and can actually move. No, so he's on the other side of the mouth thing from there. Yes, where he currently is.
Could have just said where the skeleton is.
I forgot about the skeleton, okay, Kana? But he stood at, like, the other end of that area. Yes. With Coco. Can I get a view of what's down this hallway? Sir, not from Greg's. Turn around. I'd like to see the other corner of the map we didn't go into.
So, what you would see at this point when you turn down this way is a massive corridor. And you can kind of see into one of the rooms, as it's got some more barrels and quite a bit more blood.
This will be our final divine sense before Greg takes a rest.
The smell is getting weaker with infernal, but stronger with the sense of undead.
Greg's going to keep the Hailfire blade in his hand.
Okay. I have them prep.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Okay.
Greg's going to head towards that room. Also, can Greg smell whiskey in that room? Because there's barrels.
Well, hints of it.
Alright. I have a plan for the whiskey. It's separate.
Are you gonna blow the room sky high?
No.
As you kind of creep around the corner, they don't seem to mind you, but they're kind of just like in a trance, doing their own thing.
Can Greg see anything of use in this room?
You can see on make perception.
Hold on, let me even out the lap desk.
While he does that, Coco is gonna walk towards Greg, but he's gonna be somewhat inside, just looking around.
I got hold on. Let me see what my perception bonus is. Perception, I got a dirty 20.
Okay. So on the back desk, you can see that there's quite a bit of tattered notes just scrabbled around, with a zombie kind of looking down at it. You can venture to guess they're not his. It's just kind of in a trance. You can see what looks to be a grapple hook. You can see some inkwells. The wooden barrier in the middle of the room is very much destroyed and kind of sunken in. Too dark to look into it. Towards the back, you can see some miscellaneous food goods and another one of those steel protected crates in the far right.
I'm gonna see if Coco can stealthily go and take the grapple hook so he can give it to Greg.
Make me a stealth check.
Also the notes.
Oh, yeah, and the notes. Okay. Not 20.
Beats my 18. So, Coco kind of hangs towards the walls as he grabs the hook by the actual hook cord of itself before just kind of letting the rope drag, handing it to Greg before making his way around and just scooping the notes in his mouth and just darting off between and handing it to him as well. The zombies kind of, after you've already passed them and kept going, they'll kind of look around trying to see if there was something there, but they'll pass it off, especially the one that was right next to you. By the time you're gone with the notes and are already about like right here, he's turning to his left, looking like, what the fuck?
Who goes there?
Can Greg read the notes?
These ones you can. They're very poorly written as far as penmanship, but you can actually read it, as it's basically
What
more
language are they?
common.
Ah, damn. I was kind of hoping it'd be Orcish, so only Greg could read it.
So, as you begin to read it, these appear to be more diary notes of a different being. As the notes you can read out to be notes upon trying to find out information on a cursed rumored to be down here, as many civilians have been disappearing from the town above ground into this particular sewer. You have found a separate page dealing with more in-depth notes of whoever these belong to being very suspicious of the undead here, as they're only hostile when you're hostile to them, like they're in a trance. As you read a little further, you find a page revealing something along the lines of an arcane magic forbidden to cults. Specifically a cult dealing with an elder god beyond the far realm, something far greater. Something elder gods from the far realm fear. Potentially the father. Why is Shy inviting me to a PS4 party? Fuck off! My phone just buzzed.
So, Greg has murdered seemingly innocent people.
Not seemingly innocent. These things are very much undead. These things are very much zombies. They're there, but they're not there in their
Okay.
head. They're basically just animate dead creatures.
If I cast Wrath Embrace, could I blow up the room? Is
You
there
could
enough
blow up
whiskey
half of
barrels?
it.
How many zombies would that take out? Actually, no, wait. I don't want to do that because I see because there's a steel crate and I don't want to risk doing anything with that because that's clearly what's taking away these people's minds and allowing them to be made into undead. Greg's going to continue down the hallway for now.
But before, Coco's gonna like look at the barrel right in front of him and notice that there is something lodged into it.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
That's a pick.
Pickaxe or?
Yeah, pickaxe.
Alright. Laying on top of the... Laying on the barrel.
It's not laying on top of it. It's kind of like propped up against.
Okay.
Yeah, Greg's going to continue down, stabbing the boxes in the hall. Actually, no, he's not going to stab the boxes in the hallway. Greg's just going to continue down the hallway.
Coco's just gonna follow. He's just gonna look like.
He's gonna look at the pickaxe, look at Greg, see he's gone. He's like, well, fuck it, I guess I'm not grabbing this for you.
No, Greg
Alright.
waits for Coco before leaving.
Okay. So, as you venture forward, you can see more of the torch holders against the wall that are empty. You come to this point to where you can see a bit of a down pit of just grime, green sludge, and
Greg does
something-
not want to touch that murky shit.
but you can see
Greg's going...
eventually whatever this tentacular monster is, it slowly passes by you, almost like it's doing laps around.
Greg's gonna leave that the fuck alone.
He's just like, oh yeah, this is what Zetithia was talking about.
You
Yeah,
come to a door. It's got, very similar to the previous door, one of those dials of which consumed the fire, but instead of red this time, it's a blue.
so ice?
Or water.
Well, there's empty. Can Greg try and light the torches?
Well, you do have a torch to your right that is lit.
Greg would like to take that torch and try and light the other torches.
Okay, so you take it and you go down to the other one. You find this one to be empty. As you venture forth, you don't really see any of other ones. If they're there, they're already lit. If they're not, they're just empty slots.
All right, Greg heads back to the door. Greg takes his water skin out and empties his water. Greg takes his water skin out and pours a little bit out.
So as you begin to tilt it, you can watch as a thick stream, like it's just straight siphoning. Just the whole water skin just gets taken out and consumed into the dial as it slowly just fills up and just... as it just creaks open.
I roll perception to see what's in the room.
As you enter into it, this appears to be more of a quarters of some sort. As you see a dresser to your left, a dresser in front of you, another desk to the right. You see a bit of a shelving to your right with a couple sacks of something.
See what looks like a coffin. I'm going to leave what looks like a coffin alone.
You wouldn't be able to see that actually until you got about right here, and then you can see well, it looks like a coffin, but more of a stone bed, similar to Skyrim. As you look over the dresser, this room is literally just made of encased stone. As you see multiple urns, which are very much open, and whatever is laying on top of it is very much dead. It was once wearing full-plated steel armor, but their skeleton remains bone dry. Pun intended.
Mm-hmm. Is the armor rusted or not rusted? I want to know what killed it based on that.
It appears to be actually polished.
Greg is not going to touch the armor, and he's going to look at the desk with the notes on it and the red chair.
So as you lean down to it, the notebook that is open, it's got a charcoal pencil in the middle of it, as if whoever was writing in it stopped in the middle of something, as one of the sentences is cut off halfway. You flip through it, and it is written in not only broken English, but it is also indeed broken in its literature. As you try to read this thing, and it makes fuck no sense.
Greg takes the book, the notes, and he just puts them in his bag.
Okay, you can put confusing notebook in your inventory.
Greg looks at the bookshelf.
Okay. So as you go over to this section of the room, you can see that there is sacks of something under the shelving, and on top of it, you can see what looks to be more books. These appear to be more of a published book. To the right of it being a oil lantern. To the left of it, you see a blue flask with a gold liquid.
Greg takes the oil lantern. He's going to... He looks at the flask. He considers the flask. He does not touch the flask.
And then farther down,
there
you can
any-
see what looks to be like a chef knife.
Are there any books that look like they are important on the bookshelf?
Like I said, the only thing that you could see of books-wise is like a stack of 3 of them. They appear to be more of like a published book.
Yes, but do any of them look like they pertain magic?
They appear to be just basic light novels.
Basic what?
Light novels.
Alright. Greg looks at the desk nearest to him now.
It's a map of the city with a magnifying glass specifically over the main headquarters, with a few notes
Greg-
written all over it, as if whatever was lurking in the sewer is marking off places it's either searched or is hunted. As a bunch of the buildings that you are very familiar with what little you've actually explored, are crossed off with red X's. You can probably guess
Greg
the color of the
takes-
red. It's blood.
Greg takes the map. Just because he thinks this might be useful.
You now have a map of the city above ground.
All right. So now what?
Hold on. By the two, in between the two red chairs, what is that up against the wall?
That is just a collection of scrolls.
Greg takes the collection of scrolls.
I have no idea what they do, but you now have 10 unidentified scrolls. You are giving the
Knowing
term
it-
pack mule a whole new meaning.
Well, he thinks he's grabbing whatever he thinks might be. Greg looks in the dresser.
Which one? Bottom or top?
The one closest to him, currently.
As you search it, this one appears to be just full of belongings. Just mirror, brush, set of clothes, a stuffed bear.
Greg goes to the one on the bottom.
Just a more assortment of clothing.
Greg leaves the room and starts heading back down the corridor.
You do so?
Yep.
You just want to go back to the grotto which the party had just
No.
No.
Stop at the zombie door. Could I get enough XP to level?
You were to do every single kill in that room. Let me do some math real quick. Taking a look at where you're at. Fill up the calculator. So 23,000 minus 22,684. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, actually. This whole room would, if you were to kill everything in it, would comprise you of 500.
Wrath Embrace on the center zombie.
Alright, so go ahead and roll to hit with advantage, being it's technically a sneak attack.
Technically, it has to roll to charisma save,
So I would do so
First.
with disadvantage.
which is like 17.
Oof!
What?
Nat 1.
Alright, now I'll roll to damage.
That'll be double damage, my friend.
Oh no, wait, hold on. Let me double check how Wrath Embrace works. Because we do this every time. We forget exactly how Wrath Embrace works. One of these days we'll remember. If it fails, it takes fire damage equal to 10 plus your paladin level. Alright, it takes 11 damage.
So 22 damage.
Yep.
That would be it.
Also, it's now unable to hide.
What a coincidence, because it's dead. You still have surprise and stealth because he just insta-killed a zombie, so...
I'd like to sneak to the nearest one.
Roll me a stealth.
I rolled a 16.
Alright. Go ahead and make me a sneak attack. So let's roll the hit with advantage.
And this is the Hellfire Blade. So what would advantage be for the 2d10, I think it is the Hellfire?
Well, you would roll the hit first, which would just be you rolling the 2d20 and then take the higher number.
Okay.
And then being it's a sneak attack, you would get an additional d6 on top of your regular damage.
I rolled an 18 to hit.
And dish out that damage. 2d10 plus a d6.
Shit, hold on. Oh, my dice fell. Okay, we got a 9, a 5, and a 5. We got a 19.
Okay. So you just straight hack this thing in half as its body just kind of drops limp because now it's dead.
I sneak up to the next one.
Roll to hit.
$15.
Damage.
Is this also with advantage?
You don't really roll damage with advantage, you just roll it.
Or I meant...
Plus your d6.
Yeah.
Being a
Shit. Okay, hold on. We got a 5 and a 2. Let me see if I can find the other one. And we got... Alright, we got a 17.
Alright. So you straight grab the skull of this thing and bash it against the desk as it literally encases its face together, but it's not necessarily dead as it just lets out this horrific... As now you've alerted the other zombies, and time for initiative.
So initiative roll now.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Alright, I rolled a nat 20.
Are you shitting me?
No.
4, 5. Oh, I've got nothing. One of them did as well.
Do you want me to roll for Coco?
Yes.
Even though Sandy has told him not to fight unless Greg really needs help.
Oh no. Coco can roll, but Coco doesn't necessarily have to do anything other than watch Greg's back.
17.
Okay.
Plus my strength.
Now, one
That's not initiative.
Oh, Dex, that would be 19 then.
I think Greg has a 21 because Dex. I want to double check Divine Sense.
Okay.
Divine Sense is one of those things that's times my charisma modifier specifically and not my paladin level. Alright, which one rolled a d20?
They all rolled a d20, but
Or I meant which one rolled a nat 20?
that'd be the one that you just took a hit on.
Alright. I'm assuming Greg has the higher dexterity, so
It has a -2 to dexterity.
yeah, so Greg goes first for the bonus round, because Greg has a 21 because of dexterity.
Yep.
Since I'm already fighting it, do I even need to use grappling strike to grab it?
No, you've literally got the back of its head in your palm, so you could literally just smash it.
Oh yeah, no, I'm going to throw it though at the next nearest zombie.
Okay.
Roll to hit the throw, or
Yeah, that's a strength check.
strength check? Okay, hold on. I rolled to... Fuck.
I would not like you to roll that.
7.
Alright, go ahead and roll out your 2d6.
For throwing it?
Yeah, one of them is for one zombie, one is for the other.
That's a 5. That's a 6.
Alright, so the one that you had thrown literally just has the rest of its head just decapitated upon impact, and the other one gets just bashed into the barrels behind. That's not the order. That would be your turn.
I move over to that zombie and I use the Hellfire Blade to slice him, to stab it.
Go ahead and make a roll to hit.
That's a nat 20 to hit.
You shot your damage. Good God. Greg is just going fucking Doomslayer mode.
Hold on, one of them's a 9, the other one fell. And I wasn't able to see it. Alright, that is a, that's a 10, that's a 19.
So yeah, you just straight Jason Voorhees just hack your blade into this thing's collarbone, take it out, and just hack it in even further, making it to the chest before taking it out and just hacking this thing in half.
How far away is the next nearest zombie?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
Make me a 45?
Yeah.
Greg still has movement, right?
Yep.
Greg would like to move so that he's within 30 feet of it. And maybe even... Actually, within 30 feet of the next 2 closest zombies.
That would be between those two at that point.
Alright,
20, 25, 30, 35. Yeah, right at it.
Have the one directly in front of Greg make a charisma saving throw. What was its throw?
5.
11 fire damage.
So that one takes 16 fire damage. As it's now burning.
What about the one? How about we have the one behind it also make a DC charisma saving throw?
15 minus 3 is 12.
Alright, that doesn't beat my charisma DC, which is like 17 or some shit. We figured out once it's around 17. It's either 16, 17, or 18. I'm pretty sure it's 17 though.
You take 16 damage, 12 fire.
Cool. And that ends Greg's turn, because I'm pretty sure the max amount of times you've allowed me to do Wrath Embraced. Yep.
Alright,
It'd be
Coco.
funny if I could do it infinitely.
Typically, you get 3 bonus actions, but you can only do the same thing twice.
Unless I just go full fighter and unlock all the extra actions. Just
Well, I'm meaning as a bonus action, like Wrath Embrace, it's just straight, okay, instead of just straight slamming stuff down in Hellfire, you can only do it.
technically it's holy fire.
Listen here, you little shit. Coco, you're up.
All Coco's just gonna do is just gonna walk up and jump on top of the crate that has the pickaxe just standing right next to me. He's just gonna stand there, and I know he doesn't have it, but I could just picture him pull out a fucking sign like, just like a cheerleader, like, you can do it.
Bite his freaking head off, Ozzy!
But that is gonna end his turn.
So this one is going to walk up a little bit. Walk up. Walk down. Greg.
Alright, how many of them are in range of Wrath Embrace that I haven't already set on fire?
Make a point out to me with that. That would make it 21. That burns to death. Literally just falls to the ground. That one falls to the ground. Separation. Dead. And you have these two.
Alright. Are they within range of Wrath Embraced?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Alright, I'm going to Wrath Embrace both of them. Just at the same time. Both at once.
12 and a 4. So a dirty 1 and a 9.
Does Dirty One still get double damage?
No, those are that one.
Damn. Both of them still take 11 damage.
16 is 5 points of burning.
Actually, is Wrath Embrace considered fire?
Yeah, because they are engulfed in ember. Alright, Coco.
He's just gonna stay there and hold a reaction.
Oh no, that wasn't the end of Greg's turn because I didn't use a main action.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just gonna burn to death.
Yeah, no, Greg's gonna walk over and he's going to stab them. He's going to stab the first one using his main attack and the second one using extra attack.
So first one's gonna get an opportunity attack on you. That with a 2. Go ahead
Even
and make
if-
your attack roll.
Even
if it did hit, it still has to hit me at like 20 because I have 20 AC.
Yeah.
Even if it wasn't, even if your turn did end, Coco's just gonna sit there, just like, it's like your emotional support, like, you can do it.
Yeah. Roll to hit. I got a 16.
Damage. You look comfy pillows.
You're literally looking on your shoe.
Yeah.
Double
Under the desk.
10. I just smited that thing with a 20.
You literally cut this thing in half. Like straight down the skull, the spine, just in half like a lumberjack.
Head to ass.
Ass.
Alright, now extra attack.
Go for it.
Which presumably is also just the rest of my blade cutting through the other one. So I'm pretty... How big is my blade?
About 5 feet.
The hailfire is 5 feet? Okay, it's actually the smallest of all of Greg's swords.
For the most effective.
No, because the other... Yeah, well, it is the most effective. But it's the smallest, which is in... It's like the noisy cricket, I guess.
You mean the Cicada? Cicada, rather?
No,
No, the noisy cricket from Men in Black.
Oh, okay, yeah, that.
I got a 9 on that roll.
Right. So, as almost like a samurai with both hands, hack it, and the first one in half, take it back, and just decapitate the other.
I'd like to put that one level into Paladin.
Okay.
I'm putting 3 levels into Paladin, by the way, then the rest is going back into Fighter.
So that'll put 2,264 plus 500. Put you at 23,184.
Alright, what do I need to do to level up my health?
184. So you roll your hit dice plus your Constitution modifier.
What's my hit dice?
You're doing it as Paladin.
Yes.
So your hit dice for a Paladin would be a D10. So you roll a D10 plus your Constitution modifier.
That's a 10.
Okay. So
Plus my
Constitution modifier.
plus my con. Con's one of the ones I actually have a decent thing on, I'm pretty sure. Constitution is +3, so
13. So add 13 to
Greg.
the max hull. So,
Greg now has 1
Equal.
stack of health. Or if you're feeling old school, I have 1 Nintendo of health.
So now to get to level 8, you need 34,000.
And that will be my final level in Paladin, and that will allow me to use Detect Good and Evil, as well as Hellish Rebuke, which I think allows me to banish enemies, doesn't it?
Hellish Rebuke? I'd have to look.
No, banishment is probably what allows me to banish enemies.
all right. So what are we doing?
Greg is now going to join the others with all the shit he found.
Okay. So
Also, I can now heal people for 10.
Okay, I was just looking at Hellish Rebuke, and apparently that's only a Warlock class style thing. Point your finger.
No, my specific paladin class, which is Oath of Burning Radiance, can use it.
yeah,
Okay.
it's from my homebrew subscription box.
Okay, yeah. Well,
That
Hellish
puts you at a
Rebuke
kill
is-
streak at 32, Greg.
I'm pretty sure my kill streak has actually been slightly nerfed, because I'm pretty sure my original kill streak was 16.
No,
But
as
we
you
later
kill,
said it was
as
14.
you kill, you get more and more and more. Like, as long as you don't die,
Yes.
your kill streak continues. You're at 32. You were at 26.
I'm pretty sure, though, in the first episode, I killed 16 motherfuckers.
You killed, I want to say
14 is what was canon, I think.
8. Okay. But yeah, even so, you're at 32, with Eustace at 3, Golark at 2, Cynthius at 1, and Minea at 1.
and
How
Coco
many
at-
is
and Coco at nil.
Dagon at?
None, because he hasn't really been keeping track.
And Coco has none.
So, that will put you at 295. You were literally 5 away from your fucking player level going up.
Nice.
Okay,
Also,
so,
I need to grab my player's handbook real quick.
Go for it.
okay, so while Greg and Coco comes back to us, Cynthia's and Dagon's just gonna be down at the bottom of the pit, just looking around, and he's just gonna look at Dagon's like, see what I mean? Just points. It just not points, but like both hands, just like at the at the big ass fucking oven. He's like,
Yeah, see?
So, I have a quick question.
I have a quick answer. No.
Alright then, go
What-
fuck yourself, DM.
What's up? What's up?
Does it state where you can max level stuff in the player's handbook, or is that a different guidebook?
So as a player, you can only have a character level of 20.
Yes, but that's not what we're worried about here.
What are you worried about?
What the fuck? What page does chapter 6 start on, book? 63, 163. Hold on.
I've got nothing to hold on to here.
Find something and hold on to it.
No, you should say, I'm holding on.
Now I am. I've got the chair. No, I've got my dog. I'm holding on to Shiva. Hold me. I'm being licked. When
Alright,
is this child licking something?
And now Cynthia's Cynthia's just gonna like, now since I'm not tied up to Greg, I can walk over to the gate to see.
The crate? Where's there a crate?
A magic crate appears.
You just walk into and just
Uh,
trip over it. Just whoop.
All right, let's go up to the front gate here.
So as you walk up to it, it's got a very gothic Victorian look to it, and it is made.
Wait,
of...
didn't Greg join them?
So this is
thought
this is
Greg
all
wa-
happening while you're up there doomslaying,
Okay.
and it's got a very dark oak look to it. It's like a very dark tan brown.
And then Cynthia's just gonna look like, why do I get a feeling this is gonna be a cemetery of some sort? And then Cynthia's just gonna go towards the gate and just look at it, see if there's another combination, or if it's just a old-fashioned padlock where he can pick lock it.
It looks like an old
Alright.
raggedy ass door with no lock, and just you push it open.
So, from what I understand from the book, I cannot actually do what I was gonna ask if I could do, and that was level up both to max, which is
No.
unfortunate.
No, you would only be able to, like, at this point you've put 2 points in the paladin. You would only be able to go to 18th level fighter.
Yes, which is unfortunate in some circumstances, but also kind of good for the group because I get some funny ha-has from going to level 3 paladin.
So your next level up is going towards paladin.
Yes, and that is my final level into paladin.
So you'll be going to 17 as a fighter.
Yep.
That
And just
would be the
and just
no. Fighter.
a genuine question for so I can know. We know my main character is a human, right?
Yeah. Variant human.
It was? Oh, yeah,
What-
sorry. I thought you meant Golak.
No, my main character is a human, and we know someone down the line he's going to change. Is he gonna stay? Is he gonna still consider it as a human, or is he gonna be a different class? And if so, can he level up to say
Human is his
Belzor-
race, so artificer is his class. So long as he stays as an artificer, he could go all the way to level 20. If you were to multi-class, that's when it breaks that barrier.
Okay, yeah, because I was like, I didn't know if it was if cyborg nullifies.
Cyborg would be your
Belzor.
race.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's the only thing I didn't know, because I didn't know if that, like I said, if that nullifies those human Velozor's thing. Okay, so Dagon, Santius is
Guys, I
gonna
have sad.
What's up?
I can't get 3 extra attacks because I went into Paladin.
Why is that like a level 19 thing?
My level 20 is a 3rd extra attack. My level 19 is ability score improvement. My 18 is merit archetype features. I get 2 years of action surge at level 17.
So technically, if you were to be level 20, you would get 6 attacks in 1 turn.
Yes. Oh, plus whatever the hell Indomitable is.
I'll look that up for you.
So anyway, this door is just simply a dark oak looking door. Simple structure to it. There's no locks. No handles.
Indomitable 5E.
What do you wish to do from here, Stetson?
Okay. Oh, that's looking up for a class. I'm looking for a spell or whatever this is supposed to be.
It's a class feat. You would have to be under the paladin.
It's under fighter.
Fighter,
Yeah, you're
okay.
a fighter. So yeah, he would be able to find that on his own stats.
I was gonna look it up.
I didn't realize it was on the class page.
Yeah, because as I was looking, Donalds are forced to be reckoned with on the battlefield. Yada yada yada. Creating the indomitable. Just basically, it looks like a different, like a buffed up version of a fighter. But Cynthius is just gonna look at Dagon and he's like, "You ready?"
Oh yeah, let's go in.
And he's gonna go push in slowly the door.
As you push it in, you just as it creaks open, and you can see 2 arcane Tesla coils kind of just zapping into each other. As they're just clashing between each other, almost like something out of Call of Duty Zombies electric traps.
That's a booby trap if I ever seen one. Question is, how to get through without getting zapped?
Pyro, quick question.
Quick answer.
Would martial archetype be what like a battle master is?
So when you change that, by the way, you get rid of your other archetype.
No, I'm asking because it mentions that I get more features at higher levels.
So
I'm trying to figure out what exactly it is.
Martial archetype would be.
Is it like champion, battle master?
It's the arcane archer, banneret, battle master, cavalier, champion, echo knight, eldritch knight, Psy warrior, rune knight, samurai, renegade, gunslinger, arcane archer.
Okay, so it is battle master, which is what Greg is.
Yes.
Huh, at 7th level, I get to. If you spend at least 1 minute observing or interacting with another creature outside of combat, you can learn certain. That will be really useful.
So,
wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. Wait. I can straight up learn an enemy's hit points, or armor class, or strength.
So these things are very much zapping between each other. and they're about head to torso level of the wall. If you look farther down the wall, you see what looks to be another stone door. It's got a couple holes in it, which look to hold hexagonal shaped something. There's 6 of them.
Is there anything that we can? Is there like a button or mechanism that might stop these Tesla coils?
Make an investigation check.
19. And my investigation is +5.
24. You run your hand across the walls, trying to see if there's like a button or maybe one of the stone slabs in the walls to disable them, and to no success.
So there ain't nothing that can get rid of these Tesla coils. I mean, we can go through, but we'll definitely get zapped or might as well get killed.
Or you could crawl under them.
No. I like the idea that they try and sprint through them.
No, I'll make an even dumber move. I'll go over.
You just remind me of the scene from Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy where Billy just opens the window and then jumps through it, like through the glass. Like he opens the window and then jumps up to go through the glass part.
So yeah, he jumped through 2 glass panes.
Yes!
Okay,
I think that's my favorite part of that whole scene.
But as Cynthia's just gonna look around, he's just gonna as you look around, he's gonna walk back, and he's gonna be like, hope this works. He's gonna kind of sprint and slide.
Homie's just gonna Warzone slide under it. So yeah, you run and just straight slide under it.
The slide bugs out and he gets zapped.
He rubber bands.
Well, whoever made these traps doesn't know that people can go under them. So, Dagon, you Jordan?
Well, yeah, I'll just
Dagon phases through the zapper.
he probably could, but
Cool if he did, if he can. Yo, DM, can Dagon phase through the zapper?
I'd have to look to see if it's part of his resistances or immunities. Like, genuinely, now you got me curious.
That's not necessarily what I meant it as, but I meant it as, like, being a god, he just phases through the matter. Or do gods have full physicality in D&D?
They have full physicality.
Okay, so they can't phase through shit if they choose to.
And I was just curious I was pulling up my ranger stats on the wiki page, and I just found out that I have a ranger archetype skill, which I did not know about, and I should have done this. So I'm gonna update my thing right now for real quick.
He's
okay,
immune to
I'm
lightning.
So literally, he can just walk.
Dagon walks through because
He is resistant to acid, fire, necrotic, bludgeoning, piercing, slashing from magical or cold iron weapons. He is immune to cold, lightning, bludgeoning, piercing, slashing from non-magical weapons.
Okay, so where's my feats? Here we go.
So that's in his boss fight form, but because he's more physical form, for just actual friendly, for the sake of just shits and giggles, I'll have him just walk through and nothing happens Just Cynthius goes through all that effort. All right, come on, daggone him. La-di-da-di-da.
You bitch.
He's a god.
Well, I know that. It's just like he just was like, you bitch.
He's like,
You made me
could have-
contemplate everything for a solid 5 minutes, and then you just simply walk through it, you pendejo.
Why is
Yeah, I love fucking Robo.
All right, so what do we got here? What are we looking at?
So the
Well,
door in
that's
front of you is simply a decently lengthy, 10-foot wide, about 7-foot tall stone door. It looks to be similar to the one from the Lichison, as it's got a form that is very slated, with holes in it of 6 hexagonal pieces, like either a slab is missing or a rune.
Cynthius is gonna turn around to his right and look at the statue with the hand holding out.
So as you look over to it, you see it to be a female statue wearing very luxurious looking robes, and it's holding its hand out, and its hand is positioned as if it was at once holding something.
I don't know why, but I thought that was gonna start with very little.
Someone's horny.
Is there
All right,
like is there like an indication of something that used to be there? Or is it just the palm?
It's shaped like it was holding something at some point, like something is supposed to be in its hand.
Okay, because I was gonna say, let me see if I just take out a coin and put it on there, see if it reacts. But if there's if it's something like a piece, then he ain't gonna do it.
Has
Yeah,
Greg joined up with them yet, or
Almost.
And
In
since
terms of how much they've done, you are doing your Wrath and Bruce on the last 2 sets of zombies.
and as
all right?
Cynthius is just gonna turn to his left, and he's like, "Dagon, you might want to come and see this."
And as you come around the corner, Dagon, you see the statue, you see another one of the zaps, but it's more of a harnessed energy more than a Tesla coil. And to the very far, you see in the center a purple ritual circle that has a few runes written into the ground using blood, and a few miscellaneous flowers and ferns used as ritual components. This thing is harnessing energy. It is preparing something.
So can Dagon figure out what's going on here?
Roll me an Arcana.
I was literally gonna say, can Dagon know what are the symbols that are drawn in?
Sorry if anyone can hear the stream for a second. I was seeing if Pyro was popping on the stream.
11.
It's definitely a summoning circle, but what it's summoning, you can't guess.
Pyro, tomorrow try updating your Discord.
Okay.
Cynthius is
All right,
gonna
so-
walk. Cynthius is just gonna walk up behind Dagon, and he's just gonna look at the circles like, hopefully whatever it's summoning ain't gonna get us. And he's just gonna look around.
And what is that in the red?
As you turn to your left, you notice to the left, it was at once a demonic sarcophagus that is very much broken and very much something came out. Whether it was freed or it broke free, you don't know. Whatever was in it is now out.
Oh, great.
You found the Doomslayer sarcophagus. Congratulations.
Well,
Cynthia-
technically, that'd be good for us.
Cynthius is gonna walk
Except
over.
maybe Dagon.
Cynthius is gonna walk over to the sarcophagus and try to
Just flips it off.
picks up one of the broken pieces of the lid.
You do so with a struggle, as it is extremely heavy. Like this little piece alone that you take, and it's 60 pounds alone. You can only guess what the rest of it is.
What's that on the table?
Looks like some wands, some gems, runes, a skull, and a beaker.
Exactly.
You think any of these skulls lying around or any of these gems or whatever have anything to do with the puzzle we're looking at?
And then he's just gonna look around like, yeah, as a matter of fact, yeah, there's a bunch of fucking skulls in just this one room, and they're surprisingly just in a line pointing to a separate wall. Cynthia is gonna walk over to the desk with the wand, beaker, and all that. He's gonna look. He's just gonna look up. He's just gonna look at these like, let me. Is any of these useful? And he's just gonna look at the wand. And like, yeah, you're not useful. I know what you're gonna do.
Boom. So you look over to the beaker, and it's full of a blue liquid, and it's got a bit of a slush to it, almost like someone filled a liquid luster dust type vibe.
Cynthia's just gonna pick it up, and he's not gonna like do anything with it much, like violently. He's just gonna like move it around and see if the consistency of what's in there.
Whatever it is, it's thick, and it's got a bit of an oil-like fragrance to it, to the point where it's very mild, and you can smell it, but you kind of can't. It's one of those, once you get a waft of it in the right airborne, I can't think of the right word, but if you slosh it around the right way, you can get a hint of a whiff of it, and it's just smells like something, but it smells like nothing. But it's got a very oil-like look to it when you slosh it around, how it kind of like mixes in like an actual oil would.
This.
You could venture to guess it might be oil itself.
Yeah, but with it being blue, I highly doubt that. And plus, I don't know if there's anything useful for this, but for safekeeping, Cynthia's is gonna put it into his bag just for safekeeping.
Okay. Now you've got the massive skull. This thing is easily the size of a basketball.
And then Cynthia's just gonna, as he was looking by before he went to it, he noticed that behind him there was some sort of chair per se, but it wasn't a chair. And he's just gonna look. He's like, it's missing a headrest. And he's gonna just grab the skull and and walk towards it and puts it on top of it.
So, as you grab a hold of the skull, you carry it heavy, but not compared to the sarcophagus piece that you picked up. And ironically enough, as you kind of set it down on the chair, you can feel it like getting ready to fit in place before you click it. It actually makes an audible like bone pop as it pops into place. And you watch as the whole bit of this wall that's just nothing but bones, all the eye sockets glow up a purple.
Dagon, I think I clicked into a puzzle. And there's a bunch of
always a puzzle?
and by the looks of up on this bony looking desk, there's a bunch of scrolls. Wonder if any of them are readable.
How much damage does lightning do, by the way?
Depends on the intensity.
Specifically,
Specifically,
Cynthia's gonna investigate everything that's on that table.
Okay. So, as you do so, you see a massive book that is very scribbled. Everything is the letters are literally nothing but straight lines. There's not a single curve to any letter. And it's written in nonsense. As you
Nothing
push
like
the one book that's on front of it to kind of flip it over,
Is it written in nonsense to Dagon?
would Dagon like to investigate it?
All right, let me get a look at this.
So as you take a look at it, Dagon, written in a language you're not familiar with fluently. You can pick up bits and pieces as this is the language of the dead. As you kind of
Damn
read
it.
through it, you see that its bits and pieces are understandable to the point of like a ritual circle and summoning. As you flip it closed, that's a Necronomicon.
The Necronomicon.
Yes.
why
The
would this
Necronomic.
book? And since it's gonna look like
At that
why?
point, at that point, Dagon practically crapped his own skeleton when he realized what book that
Dagon
was.
shat bricks.
But since it's gonna it's just gonna like, why would a Necronomicon be in this kind of place? Huh.
A Necronomicon? I think Dagon has to backsass him for that.
And
Dagon essentially knows exactly how dangerous this book is.
so
Isn't it
and
bad I want to collect the Necronomicon?
Yes! Yes!
But it would end up in the Grandbard family hold and no one would get it unless they somehow managed to kill the entire army.
Have you
There's each generation of the fucking Grandbards.
It's
watched
the underworld for a reason!
any Evil Dead? Any of it?
Yes. No. That's not the Necronomicon. That's the Book of the Dead. They are separate books that serve similar functions, but they contain different evils.
Have you
The
guys
Book
seen the
of the-
movie The Mummy with Brendan Fraser?
yes,
That's a separate Book of the Dead.
but
It's the freaking Necronomicon.
Cynthia is just gonna look and say, "What's a Necronomicon doing down here?" And
The
then
Necronomicon is specifically more eldritch shit, whereas the Book of the Dead in Evil Dead is more just incredibly horrible magic, but not eldritch. And
Cynthia
then the Egyptian one is capable of raising the dead and some other weird shit.
Also, did I forget to mention this entirety of the desk is made of nothing but fucking femurs?
it said bone desk. I didn't say what type of bone though.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure y'all understood that this desk is made of bones.
But Cynthia's just gonna sit down on the bony chair, and
With your bony ass.
If you look up Evil Dead Necronomicon, it's the same friggin' book.
What bullshit? They call it the Book of the Dead.
It's called the Necronomicon Ex Mortis. Yet it is the Necronomicon.
The Necronomicon Ex Mortis is H.P. Lovecraft's book in his stories. That's
Then
not
why
the
is
book.
it for Evil Dead?
But it's called the Book of Dead in the movies.
But it's also called Necronomicon in Evil Dead.
In which Evil Dead?
Evil Dead 2. It's also called the Necronomicon in Ash vs. Evil Dead.
Wait. Are we sure they don't just also have the Necronomicon in Evil Dead?
If you don't believe me, look it up. I watched the series.
I don't know if you can
I've
hear
seen the first one. I want to see the others. I'll watch them.
I don't know if you can hear me, but Cynthia's is just gonna sit down in the chair and just fiddle through the scrolls, see if there's anything legible.
Also,
as you flip through the first one, you can't read it. It's probably written in a similar language. And the other one, as well, similar language. It's written in the language of the dead.
Okay,
Also,
so none of these are useless. So these are useless.
Well,
Got it.
most
There.
of the Grimbard family can't actually perform magic because they've all just refused how to for so long they don't know how.
There, right in campaign conversation, I linked it. Look at it.
So, and the reason for that, Greg and Blue, is because magic is at its dawn in this point of time. So, in the main campaign, you might be able to actually.
Oh no, there's been 2 Grimbard wizards. Or, well, magic users. Who are, like, actually blood Grimbards.
Well,
One of
like,
them's the reason for the helmet's damage, and also the death of Grug the Noble. And is why the Grimbards don't like magic. What the fuck? It's called the Book of the Dead.
All right,
From the
enough of
first
that. Enough of
movie.
that. Topic for another time. Dagon.
yeah,
Seeing the
Dagon.
ritual circle, being the events that's happened, what's going on with Eustace? Someone is trying to break the seal between Zetithia and the Far Realms.
Dagon clearly now realizes the extent of like he pretty much tells you flat out that like he can tell something really really bad, like something terrible is about to happen if that book falls into the wrong hands.
But
Which it probably already has, being what's on the floor.
no, Greg,
It's
you're
good.
not taking it. But
So
since
That's what
Uh.
you think.
So Dagon clearly tells Cynthius what the hell is going on because he is like it's like he's like Egon in Ghostbusters. I'm terrified beyond the capacity for rational thought here.
well, I don't know if this is anything useful, but I found this over there where the skull was, and he's gonna open up his bag and take out that flask of blue slushy whatever it is. Do you know what this might be?
And Dagon, as you look it over, that's soul essence.
Hey, Rafe Soul Essence.
No!
So yeah, Dagon's like, we have got to get. Dagon basically tells you got to get that freaking book, and we have got to take that book somewhere where no one will ever find it.
The Grimbard family hold.
Cynthius is gonna pick up the book and stuff it deep inside his bag.
Just sets it at the bottom, just rearranges this whole pack just to put it at the bottom.
Yeah, it's like also you have got to make sure that like we've got to get out of here because everyone and their grandma is gonna want that freaking book. Everyone.
Where in the hell's my inventory?
I'm gonna kill Cynthius, take his stuff, and not even realize I have it in game. I'll just
Bro.
take his shit.
Necronom.
Do you want me to spell it for you?
I got it.
Okay, I was just gonna read it off of.
Just for
what-
spell,
what
just for
you do-
spelling, just for spelling's sake. Necronomicon.
Yes. You forgot the EX dash mortis.
That's not relevant.
Fuck you, it is.
Anyway, what's with the door that we just unlocked?
He didn't unlock a door. You simply, when he set the skull on the chair, basically everything to do with these skulls just turned purple, similar to how the floor is.
So now what do we do with there's clearly a puzzle here. I just don't know what it is.
Cynthia's is just gonna walk back to the lady statue and like
Is Greg here yet?
observe the hand.
At this point, This would be when Cynthius and Dagon would hear just a loud when it hits and when Greg hits the ground. I just put this
It's
shit
there.
out of Eva. I am so sorry.
Cynthius is gonna look up. It's like, I think we have company.
So yeah, like the next thing we should probably do is go to the room with the swirly whatever that is over there.
Medallions, but we need to find 6 medallion pieces or runes to unlock the door. But Cynthius is gonna go back to the statue lady with the hand sticking out. He's just gonna observe that and try to see what, like, the indentation of what it was supposed to be there.
You can put context clues together that it was at one point spherical.
Just for shits and giggles, Cynthius is gonna take out that bottle of soul essence and put it on top of the hand.
It's too big.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not that.
Greg,
Greg's going to head in. Is there any way I can stop the Tesla coils?
so you see the Tesla coils, and for you, it would be like stomach height.
Would
Coco
wait, the
here.
Tesla coils are up to Greg's stomach?
Because you're so fucking tall.
Coco
I'm
here.
8 feet tall. How tall is Cynthius?
Like close to 6 foot. And it's at
He's
chest level.
He's 5'10",
Okay.
5'11".
Yeah, and that's like neck to chest level to him versus stomach level for you.
Okay. Okay, I missed that part earlier.
So you,
That it was
I heard
chest
you always
level
wanted a
for him.
bikini wax. Here's our laser hair removal tool.
Question:
Go-
Would it
Like-
melt Greg's armor?
It would definitely give you a shock.
All
Yeah,
right, Greg's
what-
going to take off his backpack and his sword, slide them under individually so that they're out of his way. Take off his armor, slide his armor through to the other side because Greg can take off his armor as fast as Simmons can in Red versus Blue. Because we established that he can take off his armor and get dressed incredibly fast. So in his boxers and cape, he's going to crawl under.
But
Under
Coco can smell Cynthia and just dart towards him.
Oh, like,
Coco gets zapped.
He's just gonna
So,
dart toward.
Greg then re-armors on the other side. He walks to Cynthius,
And
takes a
then
bite out of an apple, and puts it in the hand because I now have 23 apples.
Who here has seen that movie 40-Year-Old Virgin?
oh no.
I have not. I know it has Steve Carell.
Yeah, like when you were talking when it said bikini, when you said the DM said bikini wax, all of a sudden I thought of the waxing scene where like Steve Carell, thanks to how many spots he's been waxed in, has almost like a face, and like with all the patches of chest hair that has been removed, he has a face in it. It's like he looks like a man-o'-lantern.
Didn't they actually wax his chest for that?
yes,
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
just for that role, they waxed him.
Yes. That was real. That was actually unscripted. So,
Oh, no.
so all the exclamations he did, he was just improvising. It's like, "Tra, como se llama? Tra, Kelly Clarkson."
All right. Greg just because puts an apple in it. There is no other reason but Greg puts an apple in it because Greg has 22 apples.
It is too small for the hand to fit and actually grasp it.
Yeah. Okay.
Greg takes his apple back.
Okay.
Greg now has 23 apples.
I'm just gonna go out of a whim here, just to be. It might not do some. Cynthia's gonna take out the Primus Soul Gem and put it on top of the hand.
One, it's not spherical, but it would be like it's holding onto a lightsaber hilt.
I'll be back. He just goes back. He just walks to the fucking desk with the wand. He's like, okay, I know what you're gonna do, but fuck it. Grabs the wand and walks over to the hand and puts it on top of it.
So, it'll actually grasp on to the ball part of the staff, as it takes a minute and you have to have it perfectly straight going up before it actually fits in perfectly, as its hand will eventually just click, 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 and then twists its hand up its wrist so that the wand is now hitting the ground, and it's essentially a walking staff. Like, what's his face from Jurassic Park? Don't correct me, I don't care at this point. And you watch as the other half, so roughly these ones, and these ones turn purple as well. Their eye sockets start to glow. And Dagon, you watch this happen just out of the blue with no warning.
So there has to be one more piece of a puzzle to unlock the other skulls to the top right.
Zetithia, where's
Well-
Dagon?
Behind me, towards the book, the bone table.
Don't say
Other, thank
book.
you.
He is.
Greg's going to head to Dagon.
So as you walk towards the room, you see the summoning circle in the center, the demonic sarcophagus, the desk at the far right that's made of pure bones with the bone chair, and to the left, the little coffee table with a series of precious gems and orbs. On the walls
Average
being the skulls that
Average
three
Fred
sets
the
of
Knight.
four. 3 sets of 4 are glowing purple, the other are still stone cold. And on the right side of the wall is literally made encased with a bunch of skulls and is indeed glowing purple as well, each of the eye sockets.
Average Fred the Knight. Dagon, they have presents. Greg presents Dagon with all the writing materials he found.
All right, Dagon's going to read over what he can and see if he can understand any of it.
Greg starts with the 10 scrolls.
So the 10 unidentified scrolls, as he begins reading through, they're just spell tomes, just written and just scrolled up. Specifically 5th level spells.
Are they something that could be useful to Husis or Manea?
They're both wizards. Well, one's a cleric and one's a wizard, so for Eustace, yes. It took me a sec.
Alright, so we'll
Alright.
hold on to them as Husis' welcome back present.
But as
Alright.
Dagon and Greg talk,
They-
Cindy's just gonna walk over towards the 3 unlit skulls and just look at them like.
Greg
Here's-
hands the confusing notebook to Dagon.
So as he begins to flip through that, he reads through and finds notes and journal entries of whoever wrote this finding an unfound discovery, breaking the bounds and fabrics of reality to which they can bring their god into this world and finally be reunited with their loved ones or contract of their patron should they be able to do so. And it basically just gives a very well in-depth process of what all they needed to do, involving the ritual circle, the herbs, the stones, the skull desk of which they had made into a puzzle to reminiscence the next room, of which holds a lot of their belongings of alchemists' treasures, for lack of a better term.
After this dungeon, you'll tell us where the Nofashne was hiding, right?
Enough of me. Hold up.
even though Cynthius can't understand or doesn't know magic or anything, can he understands the runes that are drawn in the summoning circle?
Oh, you guys just assumed the goddamn stalker was this. There never really was one.
I thought there was an Easter egg boss.
There is.
Oh, that's Azathoth.
I thought Azathoth is Azathoth an Alpha Snake?
No.
No, Azathoth is like the king of the elder gods.
What
How fun.
they are trying to summon.
Exactly.
Oh,
As in, and
you want to
Dagon,
stop this for sure.
Dagon finally puts 2 and 2 together. Dagon finally puts 2 and 2 together and realizes what they are trying to do, and he practically
He literally shits bricks.
They're trying to summon my dad?
well, Dagon pretty much tells everyone straight out how freaking scary this is. Like go, just he's scared, like rightfully scared.
Not just for the sake of his own well-being, but the well-being of existence of the universe.
Yeah, it's like, you think Drackage is bad?
But I didn't know if you heard what I said, DM.
I did. So there's no real tail marks except for one of them is looking straight fucking up.
The rune?
The skull.
No, I was talking. I was like, no, I said I know Cynthius doesn't know anything of magic, but I was wondering if he can tell what's on the rune stones in the summoning circle.
Oh, yeah, hell no. But you do
Or
notice in
maybe-
your little 3 skulls in there, in that corner, only one of them is looking up.
Well,
Drake has seen this a couple of times before, or at least similar shit. Does he recognize anything?
He recognizes this is of an Eldritch doing. Like, you have to be Eldritch to perfect these lines.
Yeah, and Dagon really kind of put 2 and 2 together and realized who they're trying to bring through. And he basically warns he's going to warn you guys right now that if so much as even a sliver of that gets through, it could do you have any idea the kind of global cataclysm that would occur if he got into if he passed through the Trinity of Realities and got here?
Careful, DM doesn't know that word.
Hey, I do now, fuck off. And also, he begins to realize why whoever's trying to summon got a hold of Eustace.
And Cynthius is just gonna look at Dagon and is like, well, if they're trying to bring back that, then we need to get rid of the summoning circle. But
what happens if we just scratch the lines on the summoning circle?
Kind of hard to do that when you have blood etched into the ground.
But Cynthius is gonna ask, does anyone? Okay, as you can see, all the skulls are lit up, but except these. And
Perhaps lighting up all skulls is not a good idea. Have you considered that lighting all skulls may be activation method? Our enemy may be trying to trick us into doing their job for them so they may leave.
I highly doubt that, because whatever they're trying to activate has this circle and plus whatever's behind that door, and he ain't really gonna exactly point. But he's gonna point over to the door that with the runes and he's just gonna point whatever's behind that locked door is something that's gonna it's gonna activate this summoning circle. But for right now, I'm just thinking about what's around here to activate this. And with that, Cynthia is just gonna walk back towards that desk that has the runes and all that, and just look at them and see what's useful.
I'd like Greg to go over to the gem table and look at that.
Okay. So you do so with Cynthius, and you look down to find that what's left on the table is a variety of precious stones and 2 orbs. One red, one like a ocean green.
Do you know the shape of the runes?
You know what
Does
I'm
Greg-
thinking? I'm
Question,
thinking that we
does
need
Greg
to put
rec-
those go on.
Okay, I want to do a knowledge check and see if Greg recognizes any of the stones.
Okay, so make me a history check then.
Where's my d20?
I
Hold
feel
on,
like
that fell off.
we could put those gems like those are the ones that are supposed to go in that skull looking up.
I rolled a
it's supposed to,
17.
So the orbs appear to be, of some extent, a soul orb, like a containment for souls. And you can venture to guess one has to do with a demonic entity, and the other has something to do with more of a casual, everyday mortal.
Alright, but what about the gemstones?
So the gemstones, they just look like peridots and opals and sapphires.
Would Greg know the
shape.
use of any of those in a summoning ritual?
For summoning rituals, no. You most commonly know them to be used for precious jewelry.
Yeah, yes, but Greg's entire family has dedicated their life to fighting evil. Surely one of them would have noted what certain things do and passed on that knowledge.
If it was for this type of ritual, it's certainly not used now. Either that
Cynthia's
step
as a-
has yet to come, or that step has already been done.
So Cynthia doesn't know the shape of these rune stones, so he's literally just gonna pick them up and walk towards that door, the locked door,
What rune
and
stones?
the not rune stones but gemstones that are on top of the table.
Oh, dude, they're like the size of $50.
Okay, so they're not hexagonal, so they're out of the thing.
They're precious stones, my guy. What you're looking for is literally like a slab of like stone, like a tablet.
Could be, or could be a rune.
I would like to go to the door by the statue.
Okay.
And I want to open that door.
As you take a look over it, you can see that this is one of those doors that slide downwards when activated and to your no avail.
What color is the knob?
There is none.
We had to find some sort
It
of
is
slab.
like a stone wall with.
Oh,
six
that's the hexagonal door?
Yeah.
I'd like to seduce the door.
It's a door. It doesn't respond.
Can I intimidate the door?
The door, it doesn't respond.
What Greg? You know
Greg
what?
is showing
Let's
his
go for
orcish
it.
intelligence right now.
No.
Cynthia's is just gonna
To
grab
be fair,
the.
we've established that Greg is from a specific type of orcs that are smarter. Greg's just showing that he's very tired. That or that he doesn't. That or that he brute forces most of his puzzles, whichever one you want to choose.
All right, so what are we doing here?
Right
Cynthia's
now,
just
you know that the only part of the skulls in this room, besides the 4 gargoyle-looking ones, are these 3 right here, and only one of them is looking upwards of the 3.
Yeah, so I think we should put some of those gemstones inside the eyes of that skull.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Cynthia's just gonna grab those gemstones, go over to the skull, and place them in the eye sockets.
So they fit, but nothing really happens.
Maybe it has to be the right type of jewels.
True. And he just looks around like, okay, by the looks of it, every skull is shining purple. The eyes are. Do we have any purple gems?
One.
And I'm guessing we have to find a way to make the other purple gems, or make the other eyes turn purple.
Simple. Red and blue.
Yeah, that's good, but it just depends on how much red and blue gems we have.
I think what he's
No,
doing
I
is
mean,
put
you
the
put
red and
one
blue
red-
gems in the sockets.
Oh, okay. And Cynthia's
Yeah.
just gonna put the red and blue gems in the socket.
So as they just kind of clink together as they mate with the bone, you watch the head kind of crumple as it just turns its head downwards, looking straight, and the gems kind of suck more into it to like lock in place as these three kind of just start to glow, and you can hear the sound of just bones being absolutely crushed as the series of bones between the four begin to glow a different color. So this being red, this being blue, yellow, and green, and the four begin to light up a separate color, whereas all these are currently white. You watch as all these three series of skulls flash their correct color for like a good second before the rest of them just disappear. And now the four bigger skulls are glowing white.
So a game of
Primarily.
Simon Says. Okay, so by the looks of it, and Cynthia's is gonna look at his hand. I have multiple gems of different colors.
It was red. It was red, blue, green, yellow.
And Cynthia's is gonna go to the one that's red and put the gems into the red. And the yellow to yellow, blue blue to blue, green to green.
So, as you're now down to a set of 6 more gemstones, you watch as the gemstones kind of sink into place and the skulls of the 3 sets now blink a different set of colors opposite to what they were. So now yellow, green, blue, blue. Sorry, yellow, green, blue, red. Before it'll flash the first set of colors first, and then the second color.
It is a game of Simon Says, but I only have 6 gemstones, and there's two for each eye.
You
So
only
that's
you only have to
8.
put one of them in because only one set will sunk in. You only needed one to light it up.
Okay, so Cynthia's is just gonna go back to each one and put the colors in. So the first one was yellow, I think it was.
Just to rewind a little bit. So the first of these colors was this. These were red. Mark. And then you got blue, yellow, and then green.
So if these
And
were
then it then flashes after you've sunken in the color to the correct gemstone with the correct skull. You watch as the eyes then go white again for the main skulls. Colors here. As you then watch them flash again with their respective colors before flashing a separate set of colors.
Okay, so Cynthia's is gonna put the remaining gems that he has into the eyes of the different colors. So top left was yellow, bottom left is green, top right is blue, bottom right is red.
So as you insert the gems into their respected separate eyes, you watch as each of the skulls basically just give you a light show of completion of the step, and you hear bones begin to crush and rattle as each of the four opens their jaw, like almost like you're opening up a bread box kind of thing, or like a grill, because their mouth would open
Yeah.
backwards, revealing each of them holding a slate. And on the slate is an etched rune that is identical to what is on the ground, as this door here, made of raw skulls, begins to just crack open, like someone had just lightly pushed it open, and it's now just slightly cracked open inwards.
Okay, so someone needs to grab the slates and put them in the door, and someone.
Greg, would you do the honors?
Oh yeah, I'm useful for once.
What's
Put
going
the
on?
slate.
So they just
put the
played a game
slates-
of Simon Says and revealed 4 slates.
Did you put those at the door where you're at?
Greg uses the force to grab.
Hold up a minute, this isn't Star Wars!
It is now.
No, it is not!
Greg grabs the 4 slates.
Alright. So now, here's the catch. You see the 6 slates in their hexagonal shapes, in a hexagonal pattern, and the etches on the slates are identical to the ones on the pentagram on the ground, which has 5, except the middle portion.
Sorry, what was that? I spaced out.
So those slates don't belong to the door, so they might belong.
No, they
either-
belong to it, but now you're wondering, because they're etched to the ground, do they respond to the correct portion in the ground, and then something goes in the middle? Or is there even a pattern at all?
Try the what the pentagram looks like. Put the those slates into the runes into the door like it is on the pentagram.
Like let's check out that room.
What?
Stop spacing out.
I literally looked at a text from someone for 5 seconds and I missed an entire conversation.
So
I
the
said-
stones that are the stone slates that you have in your hands from the skulls of which was playing Simon Says, the etches on them are identical to what the etches are on the ground with the pentagram ritual circle. So, but they don't match because there are 6 slots, but the pentagram has 5 sides. So now you are contemplating the debate of whether these have any correlation or not.
Then I said try to put the slates in the order that the runes are on the pentagram. Leave the middle empty for right now.
Well, he would have
Greg
2
does-
slots open still, because there's 6 and he's only got 4.
Greg puts them in there. Also, no, I'm going to resist the urge to say the stupid thing.
So we're gonna investigate that room.
Cynthia's and Dagon's gonna go investigate that room that just opened.
Oh, I am so hoping this is the moment of truth.
Greg's going to bring up the rear as the cavalry.
Calvary.
Cavalry. Yes. English is hard when you have a speech impediment.
So as you all walk in, this seems to be another layer of torture chamber, but more on a more personal level. As you see in front of you, in the middle of the room, a blanket draped over a body that is fresh and blooded, and even some of the limbs are still chained down. Immediately to your right, you see skeletons chained to the wall with a set of torture tools right next to it. To your left, you see what looks to be a mirror on a desk with other vanity items like a brush and some makeup. To the back, you have a series of more scrolls and torture devices. On the back, you can see what looks to be a butcher table as you have flesh separated from the bone and half skeletons. And to the right, you can even see some skulls and skeletons within a chamber, a Iron Maiden, and what looks to be like one of those spiraling, like what magicians will use to spin their assistant with knife throwing tricks. Yeah, you could see a skeleton with one of those and multiple daggers inside of them through the bone and a pile of blood under them and an Iron Maiden in the back right.
Friends, I hate to say this, but we should remove that blanket.
I agree. Cynthia goes over to the blanket and starts slowly unraveling it.
So as you unravel it, it reveals a female elven, and it looks to be in her mid-20s. The body's very fresh. It's
What
hasn't even gone
species
through.
is Minea again?
It's very much not even started the process of necrosis. Like this is maybe several hours old.
So whoever killed this young lady, he's here somewhere.
Could lay on hands revive her?
It would not.
Could I?
You would
I
need
can't heal
revivify.
her. Do any of us? Does Dagon know revivify?
He would not. He would not. He would definitely not be able to have that in his arsenal. He's more of the psychic damage type.
But Cynthia is gonna look at the Elvis lady, put his hand next to it, and he doesn't say anything, but he prays that she finds it internal happiness wherever she goes, and then just walks over towards the desk with the mirror.
Okay.
So I'm guessing this isn't the moment of truth, huh?
Not just yet.
I'd like to Greg sets the table and the corpse on fire, Viking style.
Okay. How do you wish to light the fire?
With his flint and steel.
Don't they usually float it down a river, then shoot it with bow and arrow?
Traditionally, but there's also the build a small pyre and then burn it, which I believe is also Viking style.
It is. That's more of a ceremonial Nordic thing, but the floating down the river is more of the traditional Viking side of Nordic.
Alright.
It looks like there's another door there.
There
So
is,
what do
and
I
it has on it what looks to be a snake.
So what do I see when I go over to the desk with the mirror?
You see, as you approach it, not yourself, but instead the reverse version of yourself. You
So
see, as you walk towards it, a black dragonborn.
So
Now,
Golar?
Now hold on a second. No, Golark is gold, not black. Is this what I think it is? Is this fucking homebrew thing that you just found that you showed? Let me see.
You're gonna have to tell me, mate.
Yeah, I'm literally just looking for it.
the midnight one? No.
Yeah.
No, it is not that. It's a black. It is a black dragonborn standing, basically copying your movements.
Because when you said the opposite, I was like, okay, so I'm seeing a female version of myself.
No, you are seeing what looks to be a black dragonborn. Still wearing
Okay,
your
so
outfit, still wearing your uniform, your weapons, but it's a black dragonborn.
Cynthia's is just gonna look through whatever drawer, if there is any, at the on the desk.
You see a couple writing utensils, some variety of hair and face conditioning property mixtures, essentially makeup. This is very much someone's vanity table for cleaning themselves up.
Okay, and before Cynthia's did that, he did notice that there was a book on top of that on that little coffee table, and was gonna yell at, "Hey, can someone see what's on that book? I seen that when I was walking by."
All right, I'm gonna check it out.
Written in that dead language, and it's simply just journal entries of what happened to this lady, and to no avail, no information was leaked, or they were simply claiming they knew absolutely nothing, as they were essentially just cut open, tortured, and just simply to death. Just tortured to death. And innocents killed.
So there has to be something around here that either one will give us some more slaves, or two, open up that door with a snake.
All right, so let's look around. What is that
Also,
altar with?
I've
What is
also
that
put
altar with the temples over there?
this one. Hold up, let me. Each one.
Yeah, that.
So that looks to be, as you mentioned, an altar, but the skeleton on it appears to be some sort of basilisk with its fangs drooping over it, essentially making a sink.
Okay, so does anyone have a liquid or anything that we can use here?
I mean, I have the bottle of soul essence, but I don't know if that would work.
Greg
It's worth a shot.
pisses into the sink.
You just reach into the sink.
Greg pisses into the sink.
He pisses into the sink. All right.
All I heard is, does anyone
Where
have
is
any
Greg
liquid?
Copying everything.
What?
What is with
Greg
you
has
and art copying everything?
So as you just unzip
To
and
be fair,
piss
this
into
is
this
the
thing,
first time he's done it this session.
you
Also-
piss into it and you watch as this thing fills. And it just fills. That's all it really does.
Who the fuck is R. Kelly, Kana, and why do you keep mentioning him?
R. Kelly is that rapper that's got convicted with, I have to say, child pornography.
I heard about him like doing this thing where he just pisses on people.
Oh, well, Greg does it specifically to his enemies because he finds joy in how it disturbs them, so he uses it as a method of intimidation. Because Greg inherited a bit of his father's insanity.
But because Cause I'm down to use the soul essence, but yet I don't want to waste that. Just in case if that's something that needs to be used
Well,
something
Greg's
somewhere
piss
else.
basically made it half full.
Just
Let's
for just to test it out, Cynthia's is gonna come over towards them and pour half of that bottle of soul essence into that basilisk altar.
So
It's
as
now piss essence.
the essence has been pissed off. So as you pour half of the bottle in, it fills it up all the way. And now the snake on the door, you can watch as it just slithers over off of the door across the wall and wraps around the basilisk's skull, completing the altar as the door just creaks open. And now, with the door being open, all four of these Tesla coils turn on, but they don't connect.
Okay, let's go in
Red
there.
table is still in the middle of the room burning.
Yeah, let's go in there and see what's going on.
Yeah, let's see let's see what's
Greg,
beyond this door.
I kind of want to. Greg walks over to the mirror.
So as you walk over to the mirror, as you look into it, you see Greg the Noble.
Oh shit!
Okay, so if
You see Greg.
Cynthia sees a black dragonborn and Greg sees his father, I'm gonna have to guess.
No, the first in the current 26 line, the first person to wear Greg's family helmet, the
Okay,
one
so
who gets the mending sword Greg has come from
okay,
him.
okay, so
That is Greg's 25 times great grandfather,
I was gonna say,
Grug the Noble.
okay. Just for curiosity, what does Dagon look like when he looks in the mirror?
I
Gonna
got
do
So
it.
you
the
guys,
experiment.
you guys go on ahead. Let's find out.
So is Grug the Noble is taller than Greg. So was Greg staring at his chest or?
No, it was eye level. It's literally a reflection of you, but instead of you seeing you, you saw Greg the Noble. Cynthia saw
Oh,
a dark colored dragonborn, presumably black.
All right. So what does Dave see?
Dagon sees absolutely nothing.
You're a vampire!
so wait. I'm not really sure how Greg would tell the difference between himself and Grug the Noble in his armor, because his armor covers most of his body.
All right.
You
So
would
Dagon pretty much knows that something's up. She's like, we've got to get out of here as soon as possible. So let's just go through that door.
Well, you can probably venture to guess from the previous two, they are of some sort of ancestors. Because he saw his ancestors, Cynthia saw his. Dagon really doesn't have an ancestry.
Because he's immemorial.
Exactly.
No, because it gets too fucky wucky if we start trying to figure out the Elder Gods' ancestors, because they're more fucked up than the Greeks. Because Cthulhu's sister's also his daughter, and I think mother.
I'm already confused on how a black or dark colored dragonborn is an ancestor from Cynthia's.
You know damn well why.
Also, it's Greg's ancestor was someone who died over 2,000 years ago, and Greg has never actually met. Greg has spoken with his spirit, but that's not really the same.
All right. So let's get it. Let's see how we get through this door.
Oh, look, it's me!
Also, by the way, suddenly we stand against the true final boss of the campaign. Pyro.
Hey now.
All right.
Okay,
So
Dungeon
I,
Master's
so-
supposed to be your friend, not your enemy.
So Cynthia is
No,
just gonna Cynthia is
we
gonna
stand
take charge
against the DM now.
and just walks towards everything, and everyone follows suit behind.
Just determining what all the other characters do.
So as
I mean, if you
as you begin to venture forth, you can see these two griffin-like creature gargoyles from outside the wall, holding on to the last two slates. The problem with this piece of the puzzle is they're hooked into it.
and I
So
could say we don't have anything that can pry them apart or even do anything. And
that you
and then
can see of right off the bat because their beaks literally curve as like a hook into the slates.
Coco is just gonna come around the corner and just see these two things. He's just concerned, like
Dad?
he's ju- and he's
Greg's dad is Grug the Insane, by the way, not Grug the Noble.
and Coco is just gonna slowly walk up towards the statues. I said Coco, not Cynthia's.
Should I just make a character? Should I just make a fucking spreadsheet of the name and titles of each member of the Grimbard family?
Literally
That's-
opens up a family tree maker profile just to make a D&D family tree.
And he's not.
I mean, I could.
Coco is just gonna basically sniff at these and see if these are real griffins or if they're just statues.
They're just statues. They're just there.
so now, how are we going to solve this one?
He's got the last two slates, but you've also got a basic bitch door in front of you.
Question:
Cynthia is just gonna slowly creak open the door if it
Do
opens
cy-
like that.
Do cyclopes exist in D&D?
What?
Cyclops. The multiple of Cyclops is Cyclopes.
Noted, but yes, they do.
You say no, it's not?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
He said
So,
noted that
What's behind the door?
Okay.
like the Cynthia is gonna gradually like peek through the door.
So as you push open the door and it kind of slides down, one of those, you watch as the door
Suddenly
in front
we
of you,
encountered.
you see another stone altar made of skulls, to which, to your reveal, is some sort of Medusa-like tribute statue of remembrance.
There's just a Gorgon.
And then Cynthia's just gonna poke his head back. He's like, "Well, there's something in that room, and good news is it ain't an enemy, but it's another altar, and it looks like Medusa."
Hey, Greg, it looks like your mom.
The fuck is
Uh,
Medusa?
I don't even know like how to solve this one.
Okay, Cynthia's just gonna grab the door and push it all the way down so they can walk through it.
So as you
I
push
like
it
how no
down,
one's.
the beaks drop and just right against the ground. The slates hit.
I like how no one's concerned about the fact that Greg says the fuck is Medusa.
And then Cynthia's just gonna just hear the clunk and just look down. It's like, where's an easy button when you need it?
All right, so what's in the room? Because I saw something else in there.
So, aside from the Medusa, the statue, you see your next destination.
A summoning
Dagon.
circle?
You get seeing this, the absolute god smell of Eustace.
I want to open the door.
And Dagon rushes in and tries to see if he can find him.
So you just straight full-blown bolt into the circle and just poof.
And
Get
then
teleported.
Cynthia sees it and he's just gonna scream, "Dagon!" And then he's gonna run towards it, and Coco's gonna follow behind.
Okay.
Oh,
Did
please. let us
Zetithia
do it.
have the 2 keys?
No, they're still on the floor.
Yeah, they're on
Greg's
the...
gonna grab the 2 keys. I want to know what's in that room.
So, as you go back all the way over, you put them 2 in, it clicks together, and you watch as the ground just slowly crumble, and Stonewall falls into the ground. I'm gonna have you make me a Constitution save.
Fuck, I killed Greg. No, I didn't make the roll yet. I was just saying that because I have a feeling this is where Greg dies.
No.
If so, we get to see Greg's oldest living ancestor. I've What is my con? What is my con? What is my con? What is my con? What is my con?
It goes plus 3.
What is? Yes, it is plus dirty 22.
And you're proficient in Constitution, though, right?
Yes.
So that'd be 26.
So wait,
For your saves,
proficiency
for saves, you add on your proficiency bonus to your modifier. BB.
my modifier is 3, but it doesn't say a proficiency bonus.
It's correlated to your level, which is plus 3.
All right.
So, as this massive door slowly comes down, you watch as this light blue mist kind of creaks over the door. You get a massive whiff from it, and you just start tumbling backwards before you kind of shake it off. That was sleeping gas. As you kind of use your cape to cover around your mouth to kind of...
Wouldn't his mask protect him?
Not with this.
Oh, damn.
So as you walk forth, you see 2 massive chambers of what looks to be some sort of incubation with 2 living things in it. They look to be as if newborns in incubation.
Mm.
To your right, you see some sort of very exotic purple flowered plant and it's speckled in some sort of fairy dust. In front of you is a very golden glowing tree. With to the right
I'm
of it,
not
you
gonna
have,
touch that.
with the right, you can see a very poisonous, very exotic, and very eldritch-based carnivorous plants.
Mm-hmm.
To the left,
What about me?
you can see what looks to be a scrying globe. In the far back, you can see a massive collection of just random alchemic components. People, you were enjoying the AC per usual, after all.
What is a scrying globe and what can it do?
Well,
Basically,
scrying
basically take a crystal ball and break the realm barrier with it.
Ah, so it's like it's sort of like the magic mirrors in Castlevania where I can use it to see whoever I want.
No. Worse. You can use this to see any fucking thing anywhere of existence so long as you know of its location.
So I have to know its location to see it.
Right. Like, you could look into this and see your son at home.
You know what? Greg's going to do that.
So
Greg's going to walk up to it
as you walk up to the scrying globe, you watch as it kind of links with you as you kind of concentrate on your homestead. The 4 different rings around it start clicking and turning and moving before spinning and then going still. And the globe part of itself starts to fog before making a clear picture of your wife and your son at home enjoying what you believe to be lunch, being what's on the table. As your son is asking when daddy's gonna come home, mother reassures that
His son, his eldest child is 15. His youngest is like 12.
yes. When
Well,
daddy's
why'd
gonna
he say daddy? He'd say dad probably. Who is 15 and still calls their dad dad?
be surprised.
Oh man. I think Cynthia's left.
Yeah, he did.
Yes.
He always leaves at 12 on the dot.
All right. So what do we got?
So
Like
as when's daddy gonna be home, your wife reassures him that he's perfectly fine. He'll come home safe, as well as making the rest of the world safe. If he doesn't come home, just know that he will be forever in the spirits with the rest of your ancestors. But knowing just how strong your father is, rest assured he's coming home at some point.
Greg smiles at this. So you said one of the tables has alchemist stuff on it?
Not necessarily a table, it's more of like a basket on the ground, like a very large basket. And it's got one of those sleeping powders aimed right at it.
Is the sleeping gas flammable?
One way to find out.
Greg exits the room. Actually, he makes sure and takes the scrying globe out so it can be recovered later if we want it.
This thing's several hundreds of pounds. Are you sure you want to try?
Greg sets it outside the room in case anyone else wants to use it later, so it doesn't get damaged by what he's about to do.
Roll me a strength check.
That's the strongest mortal character to roll you a strength check. Yo, nat 27.
You very much struggle at the sheer weight, trying to be careful not to break it, as you basically manage to lift it maybe 4 inches off the ground and kind of just shimmy it out the door and relocate it. Where's the gold color? Yeah, close enough. Relocate it right about here.
is Greg gonna follow where we went?
Oh, he will in a second, but first he has to desecrate something he very much hates.
Bitches!
No. Greg's going to Wrath Embrace the alchemist supplies.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw with disadvantage.
D20 slides off my lap desk. Alright. I got a 19 and a 14.
14 plus your dex.
That's a 15.
Very proficient.
Nope.
Okay, 15.
Maybe.
It'll say pro next
Yep.
to it.
Nope.
Nope. Okay. So, as you wrath embrace, the entire room just suddenly goes ablaze as the sheer explosion and just raw flame throws you back like 12 feet and just barely out of the reach You can feel the electricity just crackling right above your face as you're literally looking eye level to the electricity just crackling. As you
Greg
take
shimmy.
5 points of fire damage.
Greg shimmies back and pats out the flames on him and the embers, so he won't burn.
Okay. Okay, so you do so.
And now he's going to go join the others.
And that is
All
where we'll
right.
leave
So
off today.
For context, Greg hates all things alchemist.
all right. So where did this transport us?
We'll find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Oh man.
Trust me, you'll like it. And I'm surprised you didn't have to bail today there, Blue, because, ooh, that would have been interesting.
Well, yeah, they would have had less information and not gone into the door. But also, they somehow probably would have gotten their asses kicked.
All right,
Oh,
ladies and
and
gentlemen.
Alright. Tomorrow, would you be available to call to work on backups?
After 6,
Okay.
because I've got work tomorrow.
Alright.
so it's just me, huh?
Yep.
Honestly,
What's up?
I know I was waiting for it. I was waiting for the moment of truth.
What was
And
the moment of truth?
I was waiting for like us to go in a room and Lavinia be waiting there with Eustace strapped to the wall or something.
Oh, that's soon to come. That's soon to come, my friend. Hi, BB. So, like I said, being
And
that you're past level 4, you get the chance to make an ability improvement if you wish and take a feat. With Lavinia.
I'm not sure what feat I could choose though.
I could send you a list of feats.
What now?
I'm going to send you a list of feats. Hello, child.
Oh. So yeah, like when they finally see the grubbery, they're gonna be that's gonna be fun.
Shiva, come here, girl. Come here. Come here, BB. Look! Look at this hoodie and your booty over here.
So yeah, like I'm just waiting for I'm just waiting for like when they see it, because like at this point Dagon has essentially like he knows that Azeroth, if even a sliver of Azeroth gets in, it could be catastrophic.
Yeah.
Like the global cataclysm that would have occurred if he got into the there would be like I know you probably didn't see Hellboy. Like
I have.
remember that scene where like the tentacles are coming from the sky and it's an apocalyptic nightmare world?
Yeah.
Imagine that, essentially. But there are just like eldritch abominations running amok, and people are fused into flesh and stone, like that video I sent you.
Mm-hmm.
Giant inhuman skulls and swirling vortexes of nightmarish chaos energy. yeah, like I'm imagining.
With your ability score improvement, we can either improve 1 by 2 or 2 by 1. Your intelligence is currently maxed out. Your wisdom could be improved to 20 to make that a +5. The only other ones I could really see being of any use improving would be your constitution or your charisma. Strength, you don't really need anything.
Well, since Lavinia is emotionless anyway, like I actually came up with a voice for her.
Okay. I would hope so, being it's your character. The reason I'm doing Dagon is because we made it canon before, and now he's a playable character, so we're kind of like, fuck, this is weird.
Well, yeah, like for Lavinia, I'm actually doing like you're probably gonna recognize like this voice might sound familiar to you, but this is what I'm going with. Try this to quench your thirst for
Corona?
power.
Corona?
No.
No, no.
Have you ever watched Aqua Teen Hunger Force?
Nope. Never even heard of it.
Wow. It's basically the Moonanites' voice. It's like, we are the Moonanites. We are advanced in every way. Do not waste your pitiful earth energy trying to stop us unless you want to amuse us, which is what you're doing.
Now die.
Yeah, like Lavinia speaks with no emotion, so I kind of gave her this voice where it's like she just completely monotone when she speaks.
So do we want to
We are in
bump
control of your
up here with your ability score improvement?
Let's try wisdom.
Wisdom for 2.
Yeah.
So I'll bump you up to 20, and then I sent you a list of feats. Go ahead and pick one.
All right.
So everything wisdom based will be increased by 1.
Eldritch Adept.
I think we already have that. No, we don't. Okay. So, give me a moment. Hello, child. How are you?
Eldritch Adept just seems like it like that would definitely be her.
Eldritch Adept. You learn an additional Eldritch invocation. You've already got one of them.
So what should I do with this one? Like what like Eldritch evocations? What do we got here?
Eldritch invocations. We have. This is the one where you got your Mask of Many Faces. Ones that you would qualify for is Armor of Shadows. You can cast Mage Armor on yourself at whim without the expulsion of a spell slot. Beast Speech. You can cast Speak with Animals at will without the expending a spell slot. Beguiling Influence. You gain proficiency in the Deception and Persuasion. Cloak of Flies. As a bonus action, you surround yourself in a magical aura that looks like buzzing flies. This aura extends 5 feet from you in every direction, but not through total cover. It lasts until you're incapacitated or dismiss it as a bonus action, gaining you advantage on intimidation checks, but disadvantage on all other charisma checks.
Let's see, what do we got here?
Devil's Sight. You can see normally in the darkness, both magical and non-magical. Eldritch Mind. You have advantage on Constitution saving throws that you make to maintain your concentration on a spell. Eldritch Sight. You can cast Detect Magic at will without expending a spell slot. Eyes of the Rune Keeper. You can read all writing. Fiendish Vigor. You can cast False Life on yourself as a first level spell. Gaze of Two Minds. You can use an action to touch a willing creature and perceive through its senses as if they were your own until the end of your own turn.
Now, let's see.
Mirror
Dang.
Mirror the Mind. You can cast Slow using a Warlock. Nope, can't do that. You don't have Warlock spell slots. Misty Visions. You can cast Silent Image at will without spending a spell slot. And Silent Image is a first level illusion spell. You create an image of an object, a creature, or other visible phenomenon that is no larger than a 15-foot cube. The image appears at a spot within range of 60 feet for the duration of 10 minutes. This image is purely visible, and it's not accompanied by a sound, smell, or other sensory effects, just pure vision.
I think Eldritch Mind will work best for this because all the others are way too high level.
Mind?
Eldritch Mind, yeah. You know, I actually looked at Eldritch Smite. I'm just like, oh, that looks cool, but it's 5th level.
Well, you can cast all of these, and you are at 6th level.
So I can cast Eldritch Smite.
So prerequisite 5th level, but you have to have the Pact of the Blade feature, which is a Warlock thing.
Dang it.
It accidentally closed out Lavinia's page. Oopsies.
It's always the Warlock ones that have the cool stuff, isn't it?
Usually.
Thank goodness Tetra's a Warlock.
Hi. Can I help you?
Thank goodness Tetra's a Warlock.
Can I help you? I
Um,
Okay. I believe.
but I guess
That-
Eldritch Mind.
Yeah. Now, I believe at that point, Wizard 5th edition, class details.
Oh, by the way, how do you like some of the spells I gave you today? Because those were fun.
Arcane traditions. The study of wizardry is ancient, stretching back to the earliest of mortal discoveries of magic. It is firmly established in the world of D&D with the various traditions dedicated to its complex study. The most common arcane is school magic. Wizards through the ages. Grouping the 8 schools. In some places, the traditions are literal. A school is a wizard. Right. Got to do with anything.
That alter self spell that I'm thinking about, that's going to be fun. I'm just going to use it to sprout like mouths or something. I should be able to do that, right?
Yeah. Oh. Okay. So, if I am reading this correctly. Okay, so it's dedicated per your school. I had to reread this. So, my tabs are switching. Okay. So I now have to go into your School of Necromancy and pull up your feature list. Oh shit! You get some of this even at second level. Okay, so at second level, when you begin going into your necromantic ways, you gain the ability to reap life energy from creatures you kill with your spells. Once per turn, when you kill one or more creatures with a spell of first level or higher, you regain hit points equal to twice that spell's level, or 3 times if the spell, or 3 times if its level, if the spell belongs to a school of necromancy. Okay. You do not gain this benefit if it is used for killing constructs or undead.
So yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh yeah. That's what makes you not so squishy.
What?
That's what makes you not so squishy.
So yeah, Lavinia is going to be a tough opponent.
So remind me, are they even fighting her? Because right now
No,
because Dagon wants to kill this bitch because of what she's doing and getting ready to do.
oh, trust me, she's not going to. We're not fighting her. She's simply like, remember, she has the gift of being very persuasive.
Undead Thralls. At 6th level, you can add Animate Dead to your spell book if it is not already there. When you cast Animate Dead, you can target one additional corpse or piles of bones, creating another zombie or additional skeleton as appropriate. Whenever you create an undead using a necromancy spell, it has the additional benefits of a creature's hit points maximum is equal to your wizard level, and the creature adds your proficiency bonus to its weapon damage roll.
Yeah, like I actually have a plan for what's going to happen if Dagon or like if Dagon tries to attack her. I had a plan for this. Because this will probably be how like this like Eustace, like she's gonna make sure the captain's okay. Like
Oh,
he's
he's
not
going to be
dead,
perfectly fine.
yeah. Like what she's gonna do to dispose of Dagon is she's gonna give him the captain, all right. But
So something I
she's gonna
didn't mention, but you also don't have just Eustace there. You also have Minea and a separate character.
who?
A male hexblood by the name of Brynel.
Now where did this idea come from?
Literally on the spot today when Minea was captured. A fighter eldritch knight hunting her for the sake of trying to prevent what she's doing here.
So yeah, essentially what's gonna happen is the like she's like Lavinia is gonna use the grubbery to open a portal. She's gonna toss Eustace in, and she's gonna go get your captain. And
Now,
the
remind me what the
grubbery,
grubbery is. Because last I knew it was an entity possessing her.
it's an entity that like, well, the entity itself, the statues and everything, like this is a god that was worshipped by like ancient societies and stuff because it was a spirit of excess, gluttony, and just downright debauchery. It only showed up at the most raucous and gluttonous gatherings. It is only concerned with consuming and digesting. But Lavinia, seeing its potential, the elder gods kind of assigned it to her because they knew that she could satiate its insatiable appetite, or she could constantly feed it, give it whatever it wants. As long as it serves her, it's constantly got a meal, which is why she's been having it feast on corpses. The thing is because it has almost limitless magic. She can also use it as a way to conjure portals, create components, store things in it. It's kind of, and she can also use it as a mount. So like she can just ride on that thing's back and travel.
So I'll go ahead and send you Lavinia's finished character sheet as far as its current state until she levels up again.
All right.
So you can open that up and look at it as you please.
Do you want to stat the grubbery or anything?
I will do that at a later time because the dog is whining and probably needs to go out. And I know you.
What I'm trying to do is this is what I'm thinking. Like, essentially, what's going to happen is if Dagon tries to attack Lavinia, she's going to open a portal using the grubbery, put the captain in, and the grubbery is going to do like a Kirby thing, like inhale really hard, just like, and like the pure suction is going to pull Dagon in, and it's going to be like this scene here from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Like here's your timestamp so you can see what I'm talking about.
All right.
So like just look at